the existential question, should I play that song again for 4 seconds or just sit in silence awkwardly? Hello, everybody. Welcome. I'm back in the studio like nothing has changed. Man, what a reversal. Here we are. I'm just here reporting the news, okay? This was a last minute decision on my part. I've been away. I have not listened to one single second of Rachel Hollis or Heidi Powell material in several weeks. And I think because of this, long break that I've had, my mental health has cleared. And now I'm seeing clearly again a little bit. And I'm starting to think, did I really do anything horrendously wrong in this situation? I don't think so. And that's my take today. And, my perspective was, let me respect everybody involved in the situation. Let me take myself out of Hollisville. I'm not going to listen. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm just going to do different things and, for this foreseeable future. And I'm still doing that. But both Heidi and Rachel, allegedly, according to the internet, Reddit, people who message me on Instagram, have been both talking about, oh, damn, what the hell? Pause on that, Dave Kelly. Wow. Hold on. Wait, wrong one. Damn. Thank you so much. Okay, pause my intro. Dave Kelly says, hey, I've been around since your rah-rah days. You are one of my faves. You've gotten me through the worst period of my life, and returning to Hollisville is exciting. Well, welcome back. We're going on a road trip to Hollisville. Dave Kelly, thank you so much. I know you're also a part of the Pancake Breakfast Club. I appreciate you being here, and thank you so much for that super chat. That is more, as Dave Ramsey would say, more than I deserve. Can you hear that? Wait, did you hear that? Oh, dang. Hold on. We got to hear Dave Ramsey.
Nothing.
There you go. I don't know why I still can't do that on this screen. Anyways, technical problems. Dave Kelly, thank you so much. This is what Dave Ramsey has to say to you.
You have to think instead of sitting around eating Skittles and watching Oprah reruns.
Welcome back to Hollisville. I will take all of that super chat and give it directly to Taro's donut fund. Thank you. Seriously, thank you. But people who have messaged me have said that they've both, Rachel has talked about him despite making a whole podcast episode where she talked very softly and said, and that's one I did listen to, my, ex-husband's life is not content. And I was like, you're right, it's not. And, it's disgusting that people would do that. Okay, flash forward like a week later, she's like, yeah, my ex-husband did this and this and this, allegedly. Like I said, I haven't heard it myself, so this could all be lies and slander, but I have a feeling it's not, because we're going to listen to some podcasts today to see what the heck's going on, because I feel like Rachel appears to be happier than ever, which I feel bad saying, but that's how it appears. I mean, she's popped back up on social media quite a bit. Since her, cancellation, really, she was sort of offline quite a bit more than she is now. And I just feel like the stuff that I've seen her post has been extremely like, look at me, I'm putting together a face wash kit for my boo thing. Like, what, are we in the same universe? Like, I, as a stranger who did not really like much of what Dave Hollis had to teach and to say, I'm still mourning his loss. And I feel like everyone else has moved on in his actual life, which is shocking. And I'm not saying like, oh, I'm better than them. Obviously it's complicated, but I'm just confused. So I think we should listen to their public statements, because that's what they've been putting out, and review them. And, during this time off, I've done a lot of soul searching, continuing to do soul searching, therapy continuing. And, accountability is important. It really, truly, truly is important. And maybe the quantity can be, within reason. I think that's where I'm starting to belong, or I'm starting to like find my nice space in. But yeah, I don't think that me stepping away and not sharing my opinion publicly is going to help anybody. It's going to hurt people probably ultimately that like this content, and also maybe tempted to be manipulated once again by the Hollisville sales funnel. And so if I can help, Buttercup, woo, thank you. If I can help steer people away from going down that rabbit hole and being sucked back into the vortex, which is unhealthy self-help, then I'm here for it. Okay. And on that note, thank you once again to Dave Kelly. Again, thank you so much. Thank you to KRS 10 Hats. Thank you so much. I don't see a message from that one, so it must be an emote. So I appreciate it. And for that, I say, I already knew I couldn't do that. Hold on. I say,
you are privileged AF.
You are privileged AF, and by you, I mean me. And where's the other one?
I'm super freaking privileged.
Thank you. KRS Hats. I appreciate that very much. And I'm scrolling down, and Delilah Bai says, for Taro's Donut Fund, and I love going to Hollisville every once in a while. Yeah, that's how I feel. This is not going to be an everyday 24-hour news cycle. CNN, HNN, Hollis News Network. But you know what? We got to catch up. We got to get back. We got to see things are changing. People are dunking themselves into ice water. We got to check in with them. We got to see. And okay, here's the other thing. Thank you very much, Delilah Bai. This is for you. This is for you.
This person is not okay.
There you go. We're going to talk about manifestation, I'm assuming, because the title of the podcast that Rachel has several of them now, has manifesting. I really, really want to hone in on the tragedy that has occurred. We still don't know what happened exactly. I don't think the autopsy for Dave has been released yet. I don't think that's that crazy. I think toxicology takes a long time to come out usually in any case, especially because he was a young, healthy, seemingly healthy guy with no huge medical, he wasn't in the hospital like when it happened. It was at home. We know that. That's like the only detail that we know. But the fact that it's not been conclusively released, I don't think is like a red flag necessarily. It just takes a long time. And toxicology, especially if there's not a crime involved, it's like low on the list. So I guess Rachel and Heidi both talk about it. I know the Hollis Uncensored Reddit has a strict rule against speculating. I mean, the speculation is basically what they're telling us publicly. So, I mean, for my channel, if you want to comment about it or talk about it, I have no problems. I'm a free speech warrior, okay? I don't know, it sounds horrible. But it doesn't really change what happened, the truth either way. So, we still don't know. That's the answer. But it looks like it was a heart-related disease or something, some heart-related incident that occurred. That's all we still know. But they're talking about it. They're making content about it. They're profiting off of it. So it's free game for us to talk about, is my opinion there. I think I was going to say something else and then I forgot what I was saying. So thank you, Delilah Bai. I appreciate that. And I'm scrolling down. Okay, good. And thank you to everyone who has become members. And Buttercup, thank you for gifting those memberships. And if you have a big hat, you have sus, you have emotes. If we get 30, well, now I think you did 5. So if we get, the number was 34 members, and we get a new emote unlocked via YouTube's membership. So that's the goal. 34 new members, baby. Welcome. And I'll say to you,
I'm a big time hippie and I'm very woo woo.
Anyways, so yeah. So we're going to see, what's the dealio? I was going to say something about my morals and ethics, but I forgot. Let's just continue. You know what I'm saying. Yeah, it's complicated. It's waters that I'm traversing. These people, they deserve scrutiny and criticism. There you go. Sorry about it. Okay, so here's Rachel's Instagram. Now, like I said, she has sort of come back, not strong, not swinging, but she's come back online since Dave's death and is posting. She's turned the comments off, which, okay, great. Just like regular old content, like here I am in my house, brow by Anastasia, blush by Charlotte Tilbury, lips by Cold Sore. She manifested that for herself because she's a cold and she's a little sore from doing her marathons with no training. But she has definitely also, just from me being back in the fold, seems like she's gone away a little bit from the hippy dippy. I am not going to brush my hair. I don't wear makeup anymore because I am so enlightened. She seems to be back to her extensions, perhaps. I can't tell actually in this shot, but she's not, I don't know if these are thrifted. I don't know if makeup is, you can buy that new from the store. But it seems like she's sort of back to her old ways. And I heard someone was saying something about like getting her lashes tinted. She made a story about that. So it seems like she's kind of over it with like, oh, I only eat clean. I wear, what do you call it? Pashmas or whatever. But all of this, since this post, is new. So that's quite a bit. Dave Kelly. Okay, hold on. I got to open my other chat. Standby. Whenever members comment, I have to open a different chat. That is the only negative that I will say about this streaming software. They need to fix the bug. Okay. It's okay. Oh, welcome, Dave Kelly. You didn't write a message. Never mind. I stand corrected. Okay, so this is her Instagram. And I don't know much about Instagram, how it works logistically, but this one's pinned, but then this one is the first one. So I don't know. This is not her most recent. This is from 2022, but the little pin symbol is not there. So I'm sort of confused. But I find it odd that she has this pinned from 2022, December. And it says, okay, you know that scene in movies where the main character sees their ex and they just happen to look fabulous and they're with a new man and it's the ultimate? Well, I just ran into my old therapist and the last time I saw him, I was sobbing on his couch during the hardest season of my life. I gave him a big hug and when he asked me how I was able to tell him truthfully that I'm so good. And y'all, getting an epilogue with your old therapist where you can tell they're proud of you, that just hits different. Okay, this is the most out of touch, ridiculous, fake ass story I've ever heard in my life, number one. Number two, why are you purposely leaving this as number one when your ex-husband, who again, you ran a company with and pretended like the whole relationship was horrible, horrendous, and awful, but just several years ago, you were definitely selling on the premise that you had figured out the key to success in marriage and relationships. Why would you leave this up? It literally says like, I know it's not about him necessarily, but it definitely says, you know, in like your character, your ex, you see, it's like, why is this the number one thing that you want to put as your top spot on Instagram? And thank you to all the memberships. Thank you. I'm seeing them come in like crazy. And it doesn't, did it say, someone let me know who has said, who did the memberships? Because I did not see it. I'm sorry. It shows up and then it goes away, I believe. But thank you. And then also JLB Nerdy, thank you JLB Nerdy. JLB Nerdy says grief is so hard. Hopeful Rach is back to her shenanigans because she's an avoider. Been there, done that. Still have big flare-ups. You know, I'm not going to say that she doesn't deserve like space and time and healing and all of that. And I wish the best for her. But at the same time, we're looking at her public profile and I feel like it's only fair to look at it and criticize it or love it. Maybe she is so respectful and I'm going to be like eating my words and like, wow, she has really grown and matured. But I have a feeling that that's not what's going to happen. If anything, I actually heard that she's like pretty much bashing him and saying that, you know, his family is off limits to her children, which I think is a little bit soon to be making those types of public podcast episodes at this point in time when it has not been that long since he's passed away. So yeah, I do hope that she's healing, but I don't think she should be giving out advice about anything. Take a break. Like if you have the dream life, if you've manifested the life of your dreams and you have to work every single day and can't take a second off to grieve the person you spent 20 years of your life with, then what dream is that? So JLB Nerdy, I'm with you, but I'm in a fiery mood today against Hollisville.
I don't regret anything.
You hear me?
Unfollow
I'm just kidding. JLB Nerdy, you are a friend of the show, and I love you.
Rach.
Oh, wait. Oh, damn it. I hit the wrong one. Oh. Heidi, what do you have to say about this? Damn it. Okay. Well, my whole joke was running. I parasocially love all of you, okay? I've changed everything about myself. Is that true?
No.
No. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. And does it say who got the memberships? I'm sorry. I am seeing, there's so many comments. I apologize. I'm scrolling. Thank you to whoever sent those memberships once again. And we'll have the emote by the end of the show. Woo, woo, woo. Okay. All right. So a little weird that this is posted somehow. Here's some previews and stuff. Here's one that says, keep seeing these cool, trendy beaded necklaces everywhere. Not sure this yarn creation from Mother's Day 3 years ago is the same, but I know the designer and she's really going place. It's supposed to be places, but okay. Very good selfie, very important selfie, but doesn't she look like very happy? And not that she doesn't deserve to be happy, but I haven't seen a happy selfie from Rachel in years. And now all of a sudden she's like, my weight's lifted, baby. It's like, I don't know. It's a little odd to me. Okay, then she's showing her kids. At least they have helmets on that are blocking their faces. Appreciate that. This is from March. So this was post. Yep. Like I said. So she's really skiing a lot. She is really, she hates skiing, as she'll tell you at every turn. And she loves drinking, hates skiing, but she's been doing it quite a bit. I'm sure it has nothing to do with trying to fit in with her boyfriend. Here's a wonderful, candid moment that like People Magazine did a fucking article about, which is ridiculous. She's at a Stevie Nicks concert, I think, and it says, music is medicine, and her music has been some of the most healing medicine in my life. Rachel, go get real medicine, like, please. I manifest medicine. I don't need medicine. I just listen to Stevie Nicks concerts. Like, okay. Whatever. I get it. And then this one, she curses a little. She loves Jesus and she curses a little. Finish the effing project. Okay, let's see what that's. And she's got nails again. She's got, you can see she's got a little French tip. She said at one point, a couple years ago or last year, I don't do my nails anymore. I'm just not that type of girl anymore. I guess she is that type of girl now.
Big inspiration for today's episode because it's something that I am currently living out in my very real life, and that is finishing the project. The coffee's working. It's really working today. Let's you and I
She also gave up coffee at one point. So we're just, anything that she says, just figure out that within 6 months, it's no longer relevant to her life. That's how you need to watch and listen to Rachel Hollis content, because if you want to follow and actually believe the things she says, you'll be sorely disappointed. Okay, so she's writing a book. The book was supposed to already have come out, I believe, but obviously with this, big traumatic story, it probably is getting held up and probably will be, become more successful once again than it probably would have been if this didn't happen to her. So that's that.
Dear Ari, please.
She's been interviewing a lot of people, I think because of her Sirius XM radio deal. She gets to interview like pseudo celebrities or celebrities of some caliber. I have not listened to anything. I have no interest to hear Rachel Hollis talking to random celebrities about whatever she wants to talk to them about. Again, I don't know how she's relevant any longer, how she has a career any longer, not to be mean, but what advice are you getting from her? But, to each their own.
ever use the 2 words I am, you better back it up with some You better back it up with something divine. You better back it up with who you want to be. Today, I want to talk about 5 reasons why you are not manifesting the thing you want. You might be unintentionally blocking the blessing. What you say matters. What you say becomes your reality.
Okay, here's something that she said one time on a podcast. She's like, I wish I never have to see my ex-husband again. I wouldn't have seen him again if I didn't have kids with him. So did you manifest this, Rachel? Like, I'm not saying that to be an asshole. Like, I really believe that. I do not believe in manifestation whatsoever, just for the record. I believe in womanfestation because feminism. No, I don't believe in any of it. But her lessons in life do not make sense in her actual life. And if the teacher's life doesn't make sense with the lesson, how are we as lowly students supposed to actually benefit from these lessons? You know? Anyways, okay. Welcome, Albanese. Thank you for joining. Okay, so let's take a second and go to her YouTube just to show. She has not posted on YouTube in over a month. She seems to be, her biggest thing is on Instagram. Facebook is the same as Instagram for her, so she's basically mirrored. The last thing, I think these are shot before I think they were posted after, but, oh no, this was posted before Dave died. So, also, just in case anyone's wondering, there was like this weird report to come out, this blog, I don't know, to come out probably like a couple weeks ago that said, oh, the autopsy was released and it says this. That website, all the dates were wrong. The location was wrong. Everything on it was wrong. Like his birthday was wrong. The day he died was wrong. So it has a pretty graphic explanation as to what happened. I don't buy that for a second. A lot of people sent it to me. I don't think there's any truth to that. If you search it out, like if you want to read it, go for it. But I just don't think that's true. And it doesn't make sense. If all the details of the actual incident were true, I might go, well, maybe this is like leaked information. But the fact that it's like so overtly wrong, I just think it's one of those scamming people that also probably did the Amazon books about his life to try to capitalize off of the news coverage. Also, her website is the same. Nothing's changed. It's like buy these planners, and then you click on it, and it's can't be found because the company, I guess, no longer exists. So we all have that. We have that. We're gonna listen to her podcast. We're gonna catch up with Rach, and then of course we have the other side of the coin, Heidi Powell, who was Dave's best business friend at the time of his death, and former boyfriend. Now, she took a break. Now, this came back also. This popped back up after he died. So I don't know exactly what her reasoning of that was. Like, oh, it's my heart because she's reminiscing and now she misses him, so she wants to put that publicly. Or if it's the more nefarious side where it's like, I want to prove that we were together before, like, I don't know. Because again, like the Today Show, anytime these people post are writing up web articles. Like Heidi Powell speaking out about Dave Hollis. She hasn't spoken out other than this podcast, but she'll post something and they'll make it into an article like, oh, she said this on her Instagram story today. It's a very odd behavior. I don't know what's going on with web traffic and these national news outlets. But anyway, so she has been posting. I even wrote on my Instagram that I was pleasantly surprised that she had taken a break and then had come back and said, I'm changing things. I'm going to do things differently now. I'm going to, and I think we can watch that actually. I think it's on here. Maybe. I hope it wasn't a story. Here? Yeah, here it goes. So she's like, this is what this page is going to be moving forward. I'm looking forward to like showing up and being real and no filters. Meanwhile, I'm almost 99% positive that her face does not look like this in real life and that she has a filter on in this video. She's like, I'm not going to show my kids anymore. I was like, Heidi, so proud of you. This is great. Posted it on my story. The next day she's got her kids on it again. I'm like, what the and the kids have been on it. She's been cuddling the kids on the bed. It's like nothing has changed. Literally nothing has changed in her presentation on social media. I had so much hope. I really did. I had so much hope that this event was going to change everyone's life. That was going to change Rachel, make her different, or make her second guess what she's doing. Nope, she's doubling down. I thought Heidi for sure was going to change. Like this, like she's already wanted change for so long. It's so it seems. It doesn't seem like she's been having panic attacks and has been upset and has been going through the hard and all this. It's like, this is a perfect time to make a change in your life. What actually happens? Oh, it gets worse. And we just lie now about stuff. Anyways, okay, sorry. Okay, this is what it says. This was posted March 16th, so about a month after Dave passed. It says, welcome to Heidi's Lane. Okay, I'm sure that's going to be her podcast name. Whenever she gets a podcast, it's going to be called Heidi's Lane. Let it be known that while this page going forward will always exist to spread truth, love and light. Love and light, love and light. Hold on. What do you have to say about that, Rachel? Love and light.
I'm going to send you so much love and so much light and so much good energy today because I feel like you need it.
I reserve the right to have what looks like change and evolve over time as I, Heidi Lane, change and evolve over time. Okay, I'm all for changing and evolving. What change has happened? I'm waiting for the change. Nothing has changed from what I can see, from my vantage point. And boy, is the evolution at light speed these days. Quote, be married to the goal and intention, not the words we create to reach them. A mantra I've been thinking and living by these days. One more promise I give to you moving ahead, no matter who you are, where you come from, what you've done, and how far gone or lost you feel you are, you belong here. I love you and will never judge, nor will I be unkind to you. Please extend that same courtesy to everyone here, or you will lose the privilege of being here. My hope and goal is to feel like home for those who need a home, to feel safe for those who seek safety, to bring light and laughter to those who need joy, and to provide a path to peace to those struggling in unrest. You belong here. You are worthy. You are loved. Let's do this. Okay, and then the love you symbol that we know our girl Rach has been using for a long time. Miss Amanda, thank you so much for your comment. Miss Amanda says, seems Dave's passing has affected us more than them. I agree with you. I feel like I am being a narcissist by saying that, like, I feel more affected than they feel, or at least are presenting themselves being affected. But I agree. Like, I think people on the Reddit, and I have sort of backed off of the Hollis Uncensored Reddit. I still will go in there and look and see what's going on, but I have not participated. I was very turned off, to be honest, about how people were. As soon as the news broke, everyone was shocked. I understand that, but the judgment of and the rewriting of history really bothered me, because it almost made it feel like everything everyone said for years on Reddit, in that subreddit, they just like were like, oh, if you're wrong. I was wrong for saying that, and now he's dead, and everyone should feel really, really bad about it. And maybe that's true, but like, why are we throwing stones at each other, saying like, well, you shouldn't say this and you shouldn't say that, and now it's all different? It's like, just everyone take a break. No one meant for this to happen. No one planned for this to happen. Things just happen sometimes. And just the attitude on the subreddit kind of like shifted, and everyone was like, oh, Rachel's such a queen. All of a sudden now it's just like, okay, I'm not going to, participate for now in this. I need a break from all of this, because I was having my own feelings about it all. Anyways, so what was I saying? I don't know. Yeah, it's been weird over there. So I haven't been as much of a member, but I've also just needed space and time. So anyways, okay. So let's listen to Heidi's change, and then we'll see where we go from there.
Hi guys. This is my first real post to camera since everything happened a month ago. And honestly, I am struggling a little bit knowing how to come back to social media after such a life-changing break. I think for a while I had said, I don't know how to go back to the real world, which was social media. And then I realized that's not the real world. The real world is a world that I'm living inside of. And I have been living inside of for the past...
God, We're still in the inside of train. That has not changed. That has not evolved.
Month. And the realization that going back to this world pulls me so far away from the real world and the world that really matters. It's had me really struggling to come back. But thank you for your patience and your kindness. Healing has been real, and it's been beautiful, and it's been hard.
It's like he died a month ago. You don't need to be healed. It's like healing has been hard. It's like it's going to continue to be hard. Just let it be hard. Why do we have to be healed and made up and filtered and then say we're not filtered? Like immediately. This is March 16th. Like, let's all just, like, you lived with the guy, for 2 years. Like, you don't need to be healed and happy. It's like so frustrating to see this type of stuff, like, go on. And it's not just Heidi, it's everyone. It's like, as soon as something bad happens, there's the countdown, the timer starts to be, I've never felt better. I am just so much more evolved. I have, passed on the plane of existence, and now I understand so much more. It's like, oh God, we're just human beings living on a place, trying to do the best we can. Why are we all Buddha all of a sudden, all the time, every second? Anyways.
And it's been exactly what it's supposed to be. Someone said at the beginning of that period of time, they said, hey, grieving and healing is like a thumb.
Also, I gotta just talk about this for a second. She had cut her hair and went brunette or much darker blonde right before Dave died. And then in process of the funeral and all that, which is a whole other thing that I never talked about because I wasn't talking about Hollisville at all at that time, other than the video I made about Dave and all that stuff with Mel Robbins, how disgusted I am with Mel Robbins' behavior. And I cannot fathom how anyone looks at her content following Dave's death and goes, wow, what a great piece of content. Like, just the Klingon, behavior of that guru, disgusting. Never liked her, don't like her now. But what was I saying? Oh my God, I'm like so off today. Sorry. There's so much to talk about, and there's so many caveats in my mind to like preemptively explain myself. So let me just listen for a second.
Imprint, and it's unique to every single person. So don't judge, don't make yourself wrong for any way of healing.
Oh yeah. So during that whole thing, so she finds out that Dave passes and then goes and gets her hair blonde and long again. I just found that to be very interesting, a very interesting way to cope. I guess that's, to each its own, but I just find it's like all of a sudden she's back and she's blonde, and she had said like, I've changed, I've done my hair and it's so empowering and I love my new look, and then went immediately backwards for reasons unknown. She never explained that I know.
Or grieving, give yourself grace. And I realized very quickly that period of time was not the time to care about anyone but my family and his family. And myself. But thank you. Thank you for your kindness and your words and your grace that you gave to me. Some of it, I feel like I need to film an entire podcast on the things that I've learned over the last month.
No, thank you.
About myself, about life in general, and just about what I want. I think the most important thing to share today, there's a lot, and it'll come out over time as it's meant to. I'm also not worried. But one of the most important things that I learned that pertains to you guys and what I do here is the way that I was living my life before. Not that it was bad, right? But the way that social media and things that I can't take with me when I die, right? Things that don't really matter, the way that I allowed them to matter hold so much of my peace, my family's peace. And
again, when I listened to this, I was like, wow, she's really understanding a lot of the things that we talk about on this channel about like what's important in life. Is it social media numbers? Is it being a girl boss and profiting as much as possible? Is it changing the world through your life coaching business? No, I think it's about the people that you meet, the experiences that you have, and the smaller, honestly, the better. The more localized you can be, probably the happier your life will be. And I was hearing her talk and I was like, maybe something got through. And then literally every conclusion she's come to in this video, it's thrown out the fucking door the next day. And that's why I'm so disappointed.
I didn't even realize it until I was out of it. I have experienced the largest perspective shift I think anybody could experience, and I am so grateful for it.
And again, like, okay, she experienced this great shift, but literally nothing has changed. Thank you, Kelsey Dunleavy. Thank you. And I still never found out who got the last group of memberships. Please let me know, somebody. I know you probably already did, but let me know again because it comes up. Thank you so much. Thank you to everyone that's joining. Welcome.
Oh, okay. Colts.
All right, back to Heidi.
I talk about there is a gift in every situation. There really has been gifts in this horrible tragedy. But there's stuff to be grateful for. Most of it is perspective. So while you guys matter, and I love you guys, and I appreciate so much the work that I get to do, I'm blessed to do. Like, I am lucky to get to do what I do. I think in a lot of ways, it's not going to look the same as it did before.
It looks exactly the same.
I'm not doing things anymore because I feel pressure to do them. I think things that I thought were transparent before maybe weren't, and anything I do will be transparent and honest. And for example, I'm done with filters. I'm done.
You have a filter on, Heidi. Like, maybe it's not changing your eye shape to be like giant and your cheeks to be sucked in more, but this is not no one goes out and has an airbrushed face. I'm sorry to say, you have a filter on in this video. The ultimate irony. I was willing to look past it at the time because I was like, well, she's saying a lot of good things here that I appreciate, but like, reality check here. You are wearing a filter.
I'm done. It's just, you look at some of the ways that we have been for so long, we lose touch with reality, and it's not beneficial for anyone. I'm done with filters on pictures. I'm done with filters on what I have to say. I'm done with filters when I'm doing a paid partnership, You guys are going to see what it really is. And
I doubt that.
You're going to get to choose then if you want to follow, right? That's the beauty of this life that we live in. The beauty of living in America is we get to choose what we want to do and who we want to follow. And
yes, in Canada, you're not allowed to unfollow Heidi Powell. You are forced by Prime Minister law. The Mounties will come to your home and force you to like her page. It's only in America where we're able to unfollow her.
And hopefully, I will remain a page, or I will become a page if I'm not yet.
You're a human being, Heidi. You're not a brand. You're not a page. You're not a sensation. Okay, you are a person, and it's just like, this is not her. This is like a comment on society and influencers in general. They have lost their brain has melted, and they really think that they are all like companies. And it's like, what has happened? The whole thing with like the Brianna Medea thing. It's like, I'm a human being. It's like, we know. Get off of the internet. Like, just leave, like, no one is forced. It's like, I deserve to have everyone love me on the internet. It's like, that's not your real life. Go live a real life. If you don't like the internet, no one's forcing you to be here. Anyway, sorry.
That inspires you to want to be a better person. And this is secondary now. This is secondary. My peace and my health and my family's peace and my family's health is of utmost importance. And I'm trying to figure out how, I know a lot of you are here for family and parenting, and I'm trying to figure out how to talk about and still inspire with family and parenting without having my kids be on here so much. Because
claps for you. However, they were on it 2 seconds later and like cuddling on your lap on the couch in compromising positions. Like, no, she did not last a week with what she's saying here.
After being away from it, I realize I don't like it for them. So anyway,
okay. Forgot that.
I'm going to get back to the things that I am doing. Let me rephrase that. I'm not getting back to anything. I'm going to move forward with the things I believe God wants me to do on this planet. And it might mean showing up a lot. It might mean showing up a little bit for you guys. But what it will definitely look like is me showing up for me. It will look like me working out every morning. It'll look like me praying every morning and night. It'll look like me spending more quality time with my kids. It's going to look like showing up for me.
All things that she says she was doing consistently for the last 2 years that I followed her, while she's preaching and selling conferences to women to lose weight, she's been talking about these tenets and the way that she does her morning routine and whatever. So the fact that she's like, now I'm going to do this, it's like you've said for years that you've already been doing this, but okay, we'll believe you this time. And then again, doesn't even change. It's like, oh God, so disappointing.
For me, and I really do believe that the better I show up for myself and the more authentically and transparently I show up for you, the better I will show up for the world. And at some point, if I feel like God tells me this isn't my path anymore, I'm not going to be here. I am done forcing. I was saying I am done forcing and exerting energy into something that one of my friends had asked. They said, you should step back and ask yourself, are you building the kingdom of Heidi? I want everyone here to think about this too. Or
okay, let me play that last part.
Are you building the kingdom of God? You know? And while I know that I do good work, and I'm so lucky to get to do the work that I do, I had to really ask myself, am I trying to build something that's going to secure me and my family and still do good in the world? Or am I doing good in the world and for myself and my family and trusting that God will provide? And so I'm living this phase of my life with a lot more trust and a lot more faith.
I just feel bad because I feel like as an influencer and as someone who claims to have all the answers and probably believes it deep down somewhere that they do have all the answers because they are financially successful, like they do not allow themselves a second of realistic like banter with anybody publicly. It's like all of this is, I'm perfect now. I wasn't yesterday. I'm being authentic and vulnerable with you because yesterday, before this happened, I was a mess. But now I'm perfect again and I'm here, and maybe I'll be here a lot, maybe I'll be here a little, and I'm gonna praise God in a bikini, dunking myself into an ice water tank. And that is like me changing. It's like all of this stuff is so useless. I'm sorry to say. It's like it's you can only watch one Instagram post and receive something from it. The second you watch more than one, you're losing like actual value. Yadi, thank you, Yadi. Yadi says, so glad you're covering this. I was hoping we'd see some changes from Heidi and Rachel, yet here we are. Me too. I had hope. I really did. I was like, we're all people at the end of the day. That's the thing that made me really feel guilty, because I do believe and I know that, like, when people say don't humanize that person, like don't humanize Trump or whatever, for the record, just in case this isn't clear, I am no Trump fan. I am a free speech warrior. I do not love Trump. I hate him, can't stand him, just so you know. But it's like what was I saying? Oh my God. I have so many thoughts and so many things to say, and then I go off on a tangent and I forget. Okay, I don't like Trump. Oh, and people say, don't humanize him. It's like, well, he's a human. Like, you can't humanize someone who's already a human being. So I think when people say that, it's like sort of like the wrong language, and I feel like it's a little misleading to say, well, don't humanize him. Like, there was a whole thing with Jimmy Fallon where he interviewed Trump and people were mad about it. And I get that, but don't say don't humanize him. That's a human being. Same thing with influencers. I know that they're human beings. That's why I had so much guilt and still do about making negative videos about Dave, making negative videos about anybody, because I do know that they're human beings that have feelings, that are insecure, that are all these things. However, they are showing up, as they say, and telling people that by spending your hard-earned money with them, they can fix your life. And with a claim like that, you are putting a target on your back on purpose to profit. And it's unfair for people like me not to speak up about it, I think, if I have something to say. Now, I'm putting a target on my back, and it's there, and I'm open to it. And if you want to make a video about me, please do, and I will watch it and either agree, disagree, laugh, or not. But that's why America is a good place, and at least when it comes to free speech, when we can share these ideas. Because if I just went silent, which is partially what I thought about at one point, never speaking about them again because I had so much guilt that somehow what I had been doing was causing him to die. Like, first of all, I don't think that's what happened, just for the record. And secondly, I think that it would be, again, a disservice that anyone now would just be like, I can change your life. I can change your life. And then never receive criticism because one day they're going to die. Like, I just don't think that was me being realistic. So I think everything that I said, I believe I came to fairly and justly. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I know they're all human beings, but you're a human being. And on this platform in which we are discussing, you are an influencer. So you are allowed to be judged, and we need to have that accountability, or else it's going to be a worse world. So Yadi, I agree with you. Thank you. And for that I say, clear. Thank you. Okay, she's almost done. She's talking about God's kingdom.
That much I will tell you. Anyway, I'm moving forward. We're moving forward now. I'm going to show up as much as I show up. Hold on, this is ending. You are going to see me story a little bit more, post stories a little bit more. And I felt like I needed to have this conversation with you guys. For me, I needed to have this for me, to let you know that you will see codes. You will see me posting some of my brand partnerships that I am so insanely grateful for. Part of what I get to do is I get to work with really incredible companies that do pay me. And it's how I make income for my family. There's a lot of things over this past month that I decided I'm not going to carry forward. I'm actually completely taking away my challenges.
And I think that's a great idea. That was the one thing that it seems like she has stuck to for now at the temporary time, that she's not going to do masterminds and fitness challenges. But I also have a feeling that because Dave was still involved in that when he was alive, that he was running a lot of it or doing a lot of the logistics, because she has said many times through the 2 years that through the 1 year that she did it, that, she wasn't the business person. She wasn't the one that was doing the pricing. She wasn't the one that was really making the decisions here. So I feel like she maybe is stopping because he was the one doing a lot of that legwork. And as opposed to, she doesn't think that she could still make money and give people advice. Like, I think she still does think that.
Nutrition education and mastermind and the things that we're exerting and pulling a lot of energy from my family. And I'm shifting moving forward, and I am so grateful for the brands that believe in me. But I promise you, I will be super authentic and transparent.
The brands that believe in my page. It's like, we are all human beings. I feel like when we all label ourselves like, I'm an influencer, I'm a this and a that, it does dehumanize you as a person. Like, we do, like, my customers, my clients, and I talk about clients. I have clients that I do work for, but like, when we start to use this language and, enemies, any of the things where it takes away, like, no, it's a human being that you're dealing with, you forget. You're like, oh, they're just numbers. They're just whatever. It's like, brands. It's like, brands are just a bunch of people making products and marketing them. I don't know. I'm being like a little philosophical, but I just feel like she's a perfect example of someone who has lost like touch with her humanity. And it's become like, I'm an influencer. This is how I support my family. That's not the only job you can do in the world to support a family. It's actually a very risky job to support a family where, income can be up or down depending on if people like you. Like, is that the smartest move as a mom of 4? No, I don't really think so. Sorry, like, that's my opinion. If you want a stable, secure job, go and do something else, because influencing is not it. It's a fun job. It's a cool job. It's something that you get a lot of attention for, but don't say it's the only job in the world you qualify for, because that's not.
Moving forward, so because I feel like it's important for you to know when I'm being paid or when anybody's being paid for something. In that, though, I hope you know that with me committing and really believing that I am here to show up authentically as light and truth to the world, I hope you know I will never post about a product that I do not love. I will never post about a thing. I will never create or sell you something that I do not love and believe in wholeheartedly.
From now on or forever in the past too, because she would like, it would be obvious the bottle was not even open. She's like, I love this. This is my favorite thing. It's like, you haven't even opened it.
Yeah. This is how I think I'm supposed to show up for the world. Just in truth and in light and in authenticity, even if you think it's weird. I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. I'm grateful for you guys.
What's weird?
I
about
love you,
it?
and I'll see you on here.
Okay. Parasocial relationships. Okay. So that's that. She's done posts. She's done, let's see her stories today. I don't know. Okay, here's serving God's kingdom in a bikini. Okay, showing her cardio. Okay, she's a partner, brand partner. Now she's got her leg up. Okay, oh, she's got her boyfriend. I mean, not boyfriend. This is a new guy. Fit to fat to fit. So he's a guy that was on a show as well. He's single now. It says, fit too fat to fit showed up for me too by making reservations for two at the local Crumble Cookies corner booth, dressed in our finest, left me with the remainders. Dang it. You better believe I ate every last bit of those leftovers up until this morning's pre-workout. Fun fact, last time I saw this longtime best buddy of mine, okay, she's making sure to say, he's a best buddy, he's not my boyfriend. Last time I saw this longtime best buddy of mine was last April on this exact day at my show up event. I think we officially have a friendversary, Drew. P.S. He's as good and kind as they come. Souls don't get better. If you don't know and follow him, you should. And it says photo credit, Dave Hollis, last April. Why is she tagging him? Why is she tagging Dave Hollis? Like, does that get your page more attention? He's dead. Like, what? It blows my mind. Why are you tagging him? Like, his page is alive? Like, you can't just say, I don't know. I'm emotionally unstable. I don't get it.
I am not emotionally stable.
Like, I wonder if that's some sort of like SEO thing or something, because it's like hidden in the bottom right there. You can see it. Like, what is that about? It's like writing a whole long post to your parents about their birthday, and it's like they're not even on Facebook or they're not on Instagram. Like, I just wanted to say happy birthday to my mother, who's the best mother who's ever walked the earth, and I just wanted to say that you raised a great child. It's like that person's not even on Facebook. Who are you writing to? Who are you talking to? It's all for show. All of this stuff. I decided I hate the internet mostly. I love YouTube, hate the internet. TikTok is the only thing I can like stomach these days. I'm really considering just having my Instagram be a messaging platform. Like, if people want to message me, I like the app of that, but scrolling through Instagram, the scam, I mean, it's my algorithm. It's the problem there, but like, I just cannot, it's making me angry. Anyways, okay. This strawberry walnut chicken salad is most definitely Heidi approved on the road. Also, I just learned we have these restaurants in Arizona too. Okay, Bible verse. Okay, and that's it. So that's what's up with her. Now, let me know. Would you rather listen to Rachel Hollis podcast or watch? Let's stick to Heidi for a minute. We'll go back to Rachel just because we actually have a video of Heidi. I much prefer the video as opposed to the audio, but we'll listen to all of it. We're going to go deep today. So that was a recap. We're up to date. I'm, emotionally unstable. It's okay to cry.
It's okay to cry.
There's Colleen. We're going to learn some life-changing shiz.
They're going to be dropping some really powerful, amazing, life-changing shiz.
And now we're going to capitalize off of this moment. As we know, you have to do, right? There's no options in life. You have to capitalize as soon as possible. This is called The Next Season of Life with Heidi Powell. This is Craig Siegel, who has a podcast where he interviews all of the scammers, in my opinion. His whole thing is cultivating lasting symphony. Cultivate lasting symphony is about transformation. Sir, that is not a sentence. that makes any sort of sense. Those are English words, but is actually not meaningful in any way. The face of transformation and personal development, a man I've never heard of or seen before. He's got Dr. Amen, the brain scammer. Okay, so we know we're in good company here. Who else does he have other than Heidi Powell on? Well, that guy. I like that guy. I like Rob Riggle. Oh, he's got Tom Bilyeu. Okay. I don't know who these other people are. I thought he had Ed Millett too at some point. So, the basics, the regulars on this scheming world. Okay, anyways. So it's called the CLS Experience. Don't know what it stands for. And it was posted 3 days ago. It's got a grand total of 30 views. So hot piping tea. All right, this is what the thing says. The description says, life will include heartbreak and sadness at times. Heart emoji. Double heart emoji. Sometimes all we can control is our attitude and our next move. In Heidi's first appearance since experiencing a major personal loss in her life, so he got the exclusive, guys. He has the first appearance that she's made since a death of her ex-boyfriend. Wow, amazing. This is high quality as we watch it, and I'm very interested in it. We get as deep and raw as any conversation I have ever had. Okay, raise your standards. Without further ado, on today's episode of the CLS Experience, we have a very exclusive treat. She is the ultimate female force and badass. She's a dynamic entrepreneur, fitness transformation, and health expert, as well as a best-selling author. That's not true. I don't believe. She's not a best-selling author. Her husband was, and she was included in the book as a topic, but she did not actually write the book. Okay, just for the record, no big deal. She believes in working up a sweat, working hard every day, and my personal favorite, deep belly laughs. Just to name a few. You might have seen her from ABC's hit show, Extreme Weight Loss, where she shares her transformative expertise, and her charisma is straight up off the charts. She's empowered millions of people across the globe through her Transform brand as a fitness coach and voice of reason, and her ability to motivate, change lives, and cheer people on is second to none. Okay, she no longer is a part of Transform, at least in the app. She's got her own app. She's still in Transform in the powder section, but okay. She's a juggernaut in all facets of life and a terrific mother and human. I guess Craig is the judger of all humans and mothers in our world. Please welcome the intelligent, dynamic, charismatic, inspiring, beautiful, and brilliant, the transformative Heidi Powell. Okay, I'm going to assume he's going to read this exact script that I just read, so we can skip ahead. I have not watched this, by the way. Here we go.
On today's episode of the CLS Experience, we have a very exclusive treat. She is the ultimate female force and badass. She's a dynamic entrepreneur, fitness, transformation, and health expert.
I wonder if he's from New York. I wonder. He's either from New York or he's from Austria. I can't tell. I'm just kidding.
As well as a best-selling author, no big deal. She believes in working up a sweat, working hard every day, and my personal favorite, deep belly laughs, just to name a few. You might have
deep belly laughs. Okay, I gotta soundbite that. My favorite, deep belly laughs.
Seen her from ABC's hit show Extreme Weight Loss, where she shares her transformative expertise, and her charisma is straight up off the charts. She's empowered millions of people across the globe through her Transform brand as a fitness coach and voice of reason, and her ability to motivate, change.
I really like New York accents. It's silly and fun. I shouldn't say silly. That's kind of mean. It's a cool accent. It's different, but I do like it. So if I'm making fun of it, it's because I like it.
Change lives and cheer people on is second to none.
Also, let me just say for the record again, she's on the floor. So once again, she has not evolved past the floor of her bedroom for professional first appearances since major death announcements, interviews.
Here to teach you her systems and strategies to revolutionize your success. She's just,
and not to point it out necessarily, but to me she looks very thin right now. And she said in one story, she's like, I have not taken a day off of working out since Dave died, and I find that to be like problematic, not a a show of strength, in my opinion. That seems to be like, okay, well, we know that's your coping mechanism. So maybe you shouldn't think of it as like an amazing achievement and more so a warning sign to get control of yourself. But okay, whatever.
The juggernaut in all facets of life and a terrific mother and human. Please welcome the intelligent, dynamic, charismatic, inspiring, beautiful, and brilliant, the transformative Heidi Powell. How you doing, Heidi?
I mean, I'm on cloud 9 after that intro. Like, can I have you set up my dating profile in the future? Because that was amazing.
Just read the room. She needs media training. You're doing a podcast about the death of your ex-boyfriend. And it's like, I'm on cloud 9 right now. Can you set up my dating profile? Is your opening line? You need help, girl. You need a PR person set you up. Don't do that.
I did good by you. You feeling elevated?
I mean, yeah, you're like making me blush a little bit. That was really nice.
I thought that was a picture behind him. Apparently that is a real window. Wow. Very interesting because that boat's moving. I just had like a trippy moment. I was like, whoa, is that boat moving? Yeah, no, I thought that was like a poster. Okay, that is a real window.
Good. I did make you one promise that I would elevate your spirits. And just to start off real quick, most of my audience is probably familiar. In case you guys are not, my best suggestion is do a deep dive, check out all her content, all the amazing stuff she has going on. What I think is most valuable today is we just have an unbelievable conversation. But I did want to start off, and we talked a little bit about it before we record, and just say, you know, you never really know the right thing to say in situations like this, but obviously you suffered a big loss over the last month and so forth. And myself and the audience, we're just thinking about you. We're so grateful that you took the time to be here today, and we're sending our love your way.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. That means a lot. And, you know, in a time like that, it's interesting to actually be able to feel love and thoughts and prayers. So I could feel it from everyone who was sending. It actually made a big difference, and it helped healing. You know, I think we're always healing, but yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, Craig.
Yeah, my pleasure. And on that note, like you can never really plan for something like this, but when it comes to healing, like based upon your experience, like what have you learned about yourself? Like how do you heal during something like this?
You know, that's a really good question. I actually lost my dad. Here's what's crazy. I'll tell you a little backstory.
Please.
I lost my dad 12 years ago, same week, same month of the year. His name was also Dave. His nickname was also Super Dave. He also had some of the same struggles and charisma that Dave had. My dad also died in his sleep. He also died of heart failure. So, I mean, it's all the similarities in who they were and how much larger than life they were as well were just crazy. And I will say when I was much closer to Dave than my own dad, believe it or not. So that was a much harder loss. But the way that I mourned and healed my dad was very different than Dave. And I feel like I was almost given a second chance.
Heidi, it's been a month. You don't need to be healed from Dave's death yet. You don't even need to be healed from your dad's death. It's complicated. And it's like everyone's different. And I'm not saying she's saying like everyone should be healed by now. She's talking about her own experience, so I do understand that. But because of the pretense that she's a life coach, a transformation coach, a women empowerment leader, she's speaking on stages as an authority figure. When these types of interviews come up, I think it's fair game to judge as if it is advice. Personally, that was the same way I felt about the Gwyneth Paltrow interview. Yeah, she's not saying live your life like this, but she also owns a wellness company where she's selling stuff and saying that she's a successful woman because of the products that she has. So when she does an interview, it's safe to assume that it's like, wink, wink, this is what you should do. So we're talking about this here. It's like, I healed from Dave. It's like, people take time to heal. And it's like, what does healing mean exactly? Like, people die and it takes a long time to come out the other side of it. And that's okay.
Healing was hard with my dad because I didn't let myself feel the feelings. I made myself wrong. If I was crying, I made myself wrong. If I was not crying, I made myself wrong, saying, why am I not crying? Right. I also didn't know what I believed existentially with my dad. I didn't know that I wanted to believe any. I didn't, you know, my logical brain couldn't conceptualize a lot, and it was a pretty dark time for me. However, with Dave, I have come so far in 12 years. And I think one of the biggest things I've learned that I allowed to guide me. So one thing I had just put on social media this morning is when hard things happen, I have the choice. I can either use that as an excuse to go back to my own patterns and behaviors, or I can use that as a reason why my habits matter, why I want to make my life the best possible. And that simple thing of, okay, there has not been a day since Dave passed that I did not get my workout in. There has not been a day since Dave passed that I did not pray morning and night. There has not been a day since Dave passed that I did not make sure to take care of myself and my soul, because that was a wake up call for me. Like,
okay, I guess this was posted like a preview, because I had heard that clip where she's like, since I have not taken a day off from the gym. What is that supposed to prove? So anyone who had like lost a loved one that they didn't go to the gym every single day should have some sort of guilt about it because they didn't achieve this. They didn't take their life seriously. They didn't get the wake up call they were meant to get. It's just like, again, I know she's talking about her own personal experience, but she's said that she's had issues with eating disorders. I would assume working out is part of that in some capacity, burning calories. I don't think she's seeing the warning signs of like, you're acting as actually in like a warning sign type of way, as opposed to, oh, it seems like you're actually handling this well. Are you in, I didn't hear therapy in there. I didn't hear support system. I didn't hear, taking time to think. I hear, I'm going to work out. I prayed every day. I read my Bible. I did this and this. It's like, okay, is this someone we should be taking advice from? It's obvious to me, no, but people pay her thousands of dollars and are obsessed with her. And they think that they can change their life because listening to her advice. It's like, yikes. I don't know.
Like, man, he didn't get the opportunity to make it to tomorrow because he put everybody else before himself.
Okay, let's listen to this part, because this is the big part. Also, she's saying like, oh, I did the gym every day. It's like, Dave went to the gym constantly. He was in a fitness competition with you like a month before he died, or 2 months. So it's like, what are you trying to say? Like, working out is the key to living life? Because he was at the gym a lot and he still had health issues. So again, like, we're missing some sort of critical piece here for this is like really making sense. Okay. Now we're going to talk about why she thinks Dave died. And I think this is wholly offensive.
Because he put everybody else before himself and before his health. He was so conscientious of everyone. It was big for me to take care of myself. So that helped.
What does that mean? He put everyone else in front of himself, and it was detrimental to his health. Who? His kids? He had them part-time. Okay. Like, not to say that he didn't care about his kids. I think he did, but he also used them in, content and things. He could work on the relationship with his children, I'm sure. But at the same time, it's like, okay, like, what is the message here? Like, he put people in front. Who? He worked out like every day. He had every monetary, dollar at his disposal to eat healthy. He traveled to wherever he was, Arizona, to do the fitness competition. He was in great shape, better shape than he's ever been in his life. They made a whole fitness brand around Dave's health and how great Heidi made Dave look. So what am I missing? What did he do? Like, what is she attributing the heart disease to? That he had children? Like, that he had an ex-wife? Like, what more can you do for yourself? He ran a personal development brand. He hasn't had a full-time job in like years. What could he have done? He went on trips. Like, I don't understand what she's trying to say here.
Healing. And then I think allowing myself to feel and not make myself wrong. I think even as people who were helping me through, you and I had talked about it before, and you just said it. You're like, I don't even know what to say. Like, we don't even have the right words. And when we say something as humans, we make ourselves wrong right away, right? And so same on the other side of grieving. Like, we have this idea of what grieving looks like, but it actually doesn't look like anything. It gets to look like what you want it to look like. And I had this thought, someone had said, grieving is like a fingerprint, and it's different for every person. And if you can accept that and remember that, the healing actually comes. And it has made it much easier for me. Like, if I feel joy or gratitude for Dave, I don't need to hide it and cry, right? I can actually feel it. And if I feel sadness, I don't need to hide it and act happy. I can feel the sadness. So that, I would say that was it for me.
Yeah, this is so powerful. First of all, thank you for the vulnerability, for pulling back the curtain. Obviously, it's still raw and still fresh, but I think this is so helpful for the audience because everybody at some point is going to deal with sadness, right? Yeah, it's just a part of life. It's inevitable. And I think a really good lesson that you just said, something that I'm working on, is because I used to be this masculine man, and like now I've really embraced and understood like feminine energy and so forth, to be and allow, and allowing yourself permission to feel the feels, right? And not suppress them or hide them, and let them kind of come through, right?
Yeah.
This guy's not asking her questions. He's just like talking and then she's like responding. It's a very odd interview so far. Again, like, okay, so I see some of the comments are coming in and it's like, well, if he was on steroids or something, obviously we don't know that. He might have been, who knows? I mean, I've watched a lot of like documentaries about, you know, muscle training and things. And basically, even like with Liver King, when that was all going on, he was like, I'm natural. And everyone's like, you're not, bro, you're not. And it was very clear that a lot of people who have like, you know, do the fitness industry stuff are using some sort of chemicals to get there. We have no clue. Could that have contributed? I don't know. But if he did use that, how is that not selfish? Like, she's like, oh, he put everyone, like, taking steroids would be for whom? Her, I guess? Or for the society to look at him and think he's hot? Like, I wish this dude from Jersey or whatever he's from, like, would ask a follow-up question. But, you know, instead we're just going to be like, oh, I'm a feminine man. Like, okay, sure. Like, I don't know. Anytime these interviews are done, it's like such a letdown because there's no follow-up at, like, actual interesting points. And they'll never talk to anyone who actually would ask them a critical question.
I agree. I was raised in an environment with a very tough dad.
And is it loud enough? I have it like jacked up to the tippy top of everything. So sorry if it's low.
And 3 brothers.
They refuse to use microphones. These professional people who care about quality, they refuse to use a camera and use a microphone. So we're stuck with their failures.
3 alpha boys. And so I have always I've been an alpha female. I have. And crying was not really a thing I did as long as my dad was alive. Cause it was like, you know, we were kind of raised in an era where you got to be tough. Right. And if I wanted to keep up with the boys or be noticed or whatever, I had to be tough like a boy. And so I actually feel you. I went most of my life relating to men more than women. And so me trying to allow that feminine energy as well has been new. And it's been great. Like when you are in balance and you allow yourself to be who you are, all parts of who you are, I think that's when you're in stride and you can actually live into your purpose. And that's probably, Craig, why your journey has been what it has been, because you're allowing things that you wouldn't have previously.
So true. Yes. And I was looking at your content, which I suggest everyone do immediately following this episode. And one of the things you talk about, and it just reminded me what you just said, is like, in order to manifest things, like you have to be in integrity, like with yourself, right? Yeah. And if you try to suppress your feelings and stuff like that, like it's almost inauthentic, right? You're trying to avoid or abandon who you are and what you're supposed to feel.
I just love how the most inauthentic, calculated people who will sell you anything to make money talk about integrity all the time and authenticity all the time. It's like the biggest irony of all.
So lean into this stuff.
I mean, what you're saying is like my biggest turn on in life. I was telling someone the other day, I had a friend that was trying to hide some stuff to look masculine or tough. And then stuff started coming out and I said, you don't understand. The real, the raw, the flaws, that is so sexy, not in a romantic way. It just did.
Awkward. You know who cried a lot and let their emotions out a lot was Dave. He would cry all the time and we would make fun of it all the time because it was a lot of times about silly little things that was sort of odd, or he would always talk about, oh, I'm crying, oh, I'm crying, oh, I'm crying. And it was such a theme in his life and in his content. I should just say in his content. I don't know about his life. I never met the guy. That it was like something that we talked about quite a bit, and that he talked about quite a bit. So, okay, so he let his emotions out. What did he do wrong here? He put people first and cried too much? Again, she's not thinking through these actual statements.
It is like human-wide, like that vulnerability is beautiful to me. And I don't know if it's because I want to be able to lay all my stuff out for people to see and be loved and accepted, but it's what I love. I think there's no more beautiful or pure form of a human than the human that is willing to take all of their tools, like almost we have this baggage, right, from the past. And imagine this big suitcase, and we spend our lives putting that suitcase in front of us. And it's a hard-shelled black suitcase that you can't see through. I always say, I have a suitcase, but mine's clear. It's transparent. I like the people who have the clear suitcase, because when I
no offense, but it's not clear, and it shouldn't be clear. You should have your clear suitcase with your close friends and family that you've built trust with, that you can trust, not with the internet, not with all these people. And anyone who says that they are authentic and honest and real and raw and whatever, they're lying to you, number one. And number two, that would be detrimental to their own health. So why are we buying into that lie that anyone's doing that or even should do that? If someone wants to share their story, there's still going to be an element of marketing. There's still going to be an element of making it readable and digestible to people. So no matter what, there's a filter on everything that we consume. Keep that in mind. People will lie their ass off and say, I am the most authentic. People will write articles about Rachel Hollis. She's the most authentic. She got all of her followers because of her authenticity and her, whatever. It's like she's the most fake person possible. And it's like someone saying, oh, I put it all out there. No, you don't. You don't. And you shouldn't. But I just stop saying that you do. I hate that.
I can see what's there. That is you living in integrity. Then we can actually work with that. Then we can be friends. Then I know that the depth of my friendship or my relationship with somebody is real and it's long lasting, and that is love. And I'm not talking about a partner for your life. I'm talking about just people in general, right? But yeah, integrity is doing what you say you're going to do when you say you're going to do it. It's also being who you actually are. It's being the person that you say you are instead of acting one way and being another. So yeah, you're spot on with what you say.
Thank you. And also it's so interesting.
Thank you.
When I started CLS, my brand, there was no guarantee, but there was one thing that I guaranteed to myself. And that was that after being a recovering people pleaser, for the first time in my life, if I'm going to do this thing, and at the time
Is he an empath too? I'm going to guess. Anyone who's like, I'm a recovering people pleaser. And that's something I said until the worst people in the world said that they were that too. I'm like, okay, well, actually, I'm not a people pleaser. I'm just someone who, wants to be liked. It's like the people pleaser is like a nice way to say, very, very, very self-serving way to say, I want people to like me. And I have a thing where if someone doesn't like me, it really grates on my self-esteem. I am totally that person, right? It's not that I want to please people because I love serving people. It's because I have self-esteem issues. And these people just take something and twist it around into being some sort of life lesson. I'm a recovering people pleaser. Shut up. You're not an empath either.
I have 300 Instagram followers, but I'm a bit of an introvert, which might surprise you. I said, if I'm going to do this for the first time in my life, I'm actually going to show up real, raw, authentic, organic me. And I understand that I won't be everyone's glass of whiskey or a cup of tea. And that's okay, right? The wrong people will go away and the right people will gravitate. But regardless of what happens, I can live with that. And the irony is, when I started doing that, it was contagious. It was liberating. I felt so much better, nothing to hide. And the other irony is that, especially for you, you have a big audience in a community. The more raw you are, the more people connect and relate to you.
I love what you just said. So you
He's not even asking you questions.
You have a camera in my house. Are you logged into my Ring doorbell? Well, what's interesting is
she's very much flirting with this dude. That's the vibe I'm getting. Are you in my bed right now? Is that my window? I can see God, what's the city? She's in, where is she? I forgot, not Phoenix. She's in, not Tucson. I can see Tucson from the window. What's the other one? I forget. Chandler.
I've always been a pretty authentic person. However, there's layers sometimes of who we are because people expect us to be a certain way. And a lot of that, honestly, in my brand, a lot of what I've allowed to continue from my past marriage is not who I necessarily am today, but it's still there. And I just, it's like, oh, people expect this, right? Right before Dave passed, a couple months before Dave passed, I had actually had a breakdown. I was experiencing anxiety and depression for the first time in my life, August to October, end of October. And I had said, I finally had this realization that it was a betrayal of my soul. My soul knew who I was and where I was going. And the natural man or woman in me was so terrified of taking a leap from who the world knew me as or who I am, who people think.
Wait, what? The natural man or woman inside of her? Hold on, I missed that.
Betrayal of my soul. My soul knew who I was and where I was going. And the natural man or woman in me was so terrified of.
What does that mean? Is this a trans thing? Like, is she like saying that she's a man internally? That's the first time I heard that. That's interesting. I don't know what she means by that.
Taking a leap from who the world knew me as or who I am, who people think I am or who they need me to be who I actually am. And there's a lot more depth than me than you will ever find on Instagram. And that's part of the frustration, but just like, and in that though, I had gotten to a point, Dave, I was on a journey. I started breaking free and getting to this place where I'm like, okay, I'm going to be who I am. And
be in integrity, Heidi, and explain yourself, because you've been a public figure the whole time. What were you not aligning with? Why don't they ever actually say what they're like? Oh, I was not in integrity because my life was in shambles because this, and this, and I was teaching women for $10,000 a pop or whatever, $5,000 a pop, and teaching them how to live their life better. And I was a liar and I was manipulating people. That would be authentic and in integrity. But no, it's like, it's a vague, like, I wasn't living into the best version of myself. What? Tell us, because we were all watching back then and you acted like you were great back then too. So I'm confused.
It's like people don't like it. I don't care.
But you do care because people clicking on your link pays for your children's lives, as you said. So you do care. That's your whole job, is making people happy and liking you so that they buy products from you. I don't care. Yes, you do. Your job and your livelihood and your children's livelihood depends on it, actually.
Because I believe that the people who are meant to come to me, that's me fulfilling my purpose. The people who are meant to come to me will be attracted like a magnet, right? I believe in the law of attraction.
Same.
I felt that I'm experiencing it in real time. And it's me living an aligned life. And
so how did you attract this tragedy then? The law of attraction. You dreamt about this happening? So if that's true, if it's a law, if you fell down, gravity, the law of gravity means that you'll hit the ground at some point. Like, the law of attraction. So this tragedy was something that you attracted. Now explain that a little further. Tell me how it is, how that aligns with this. They never will.
One of the things in me, Dave passing was like, I've been saying it was the nail in the coffin to my old life. Like, I had already started the process of, I'm going to be, even if it means I jump, I was already.
Get a better analogy, please, God.
Shutting down half of my businesses, keeping the others, and saying, I'm going to clear space and let the universe bring. And it was super scary. And then Dave passed. And I'm like, man, this is confirmation right here. Like, it is time for me to show up exactly as who I am.
Oh my God.
Regardless of what it means, because I started going back to church.
People dying does not have to do with you. Confirmation that I was right the whole time. It's like, oh my God. Can you make one thing not about you?
And my one thing, I can't think of the word right now, condition for me going back to church is I said I would only do it if I show up every Sunday or Saturday or whenever it is and speak only the truth that I know, not truth that I think people want me to speak, not true. Like I'm only going to say what I know. I'm going to speak as true and authentic, even if it means I don't fit in. Right. So I am so aligned, Craig, with what you're saying. And it's been beautiful. I don't know what it looked like to them, but to me, right, my peace has been ever present and I'll never go back.
Yeah, and you mentioned the word peace, and like when I think of peace these days, I think of tranquility. Like, isn't that the ultimate like greatest feeling? Like,
this guy sucks. I'm sorry. Not everyone should be a podcast host. Not everyone can be as dynamic as they need to be. When I think of peace, I think of tranquility, you know? And speaking of tranquility, here's my tranquility supplements. It's a 3-pack. It's $10.99. You get it down at the bodega. Okay, I'm sorry. I'll stop.
when you're at peace, because you're you and you're just available, right? For whatever that is. And that's a really powerful word. And it's something that I strive for nowadays. Like if I could find peace and tranquility, it's just a beautiful place to be, of serenity. And you know you're on the right track when you're in peace.
Yeah. And you're never going to find it.
Right.
Yeah.
I know I'm on the right track if I find peace and tranquility. Well, you're never going to find it unless you date me, and I'm available now. You should write my bio on Tinder. Man, you're okay. Thank you, Heather. Heather says, it's insane that Dave died and all they talk about is themselves. Haven't heard an I miss him or anything about his life cut short. Yes. Thank you, Heather. Yes, that is the obvious thing going on here, that like, what's a quality that Dave had that you miss? What's a memory that you have of him and you know what, like nothing. It's like, I'm healed. I'm better. The final nail in my coffin of life was Dave literally going in a coffin. Like the fact that, I mean, I guess like could be Freudian slip. Like that just came to her mind and she said it, but like, that's a very weird thing to say. Like this person's life ending was just for me to realize, this is like Rachel Hollis 101. The random guy that she witnessed pass away allegedly at a park one day that she was like running by, was for her to remember that life is short. Not because that's a person who has his own life and his own thing going on, that's, you know, something that has nothing to do with you. You can glean a lesson from it if you'd like, but it's not the purpose of that person dying. But they're so, and I think it's the internet that perpetuates this, and the industry that rewards this, which is influencing, which I'm obviously becoming very against slowly over time. It rewards you for me, my experience, my lens, my, you know, thoughts, in a book, in a podcast, on a blog, whatever. It's me, my perspective. It's like, you cannot have a world where it's expanded and you're not rewarded for that. And I think it just warps your brain over time where you cannot think of anyone else but yourself. So Heather, I agree, man. I'm with you. And also, this is what Heidi sounds like.
You get more handsome by the day.
This is what she sounds like right now. Heidi, what's wrong with you?
Bold-faced lie.
Are you wearing filters right now, Heidi?
Bold-faced lie.
No. Okay. All right, back to it. This guy has not asked one question yet. He's like, you know, I think of tranquility, and he just goes silent, and she has to like come up with her own question.
Let me tell you, this has been, I mean, I've taken a month. I barely have been on social media for a month, and it's been the most incredible thing. Yeah. And to the point where it's hard to go back to, I was saying, I don't know if I want to go back to the real world. And I'm like, what am I talking about? Social media is not, I'm in the real world. Like I've been living for the first time in 12, 13 years since my ex-husband and I had a show, and I've been in the public. I've actually been living in the real world, right? And there's been so much peace there. Like it's already there. I created peace by cutting out the noise. Like what are the things? I was having a conversation with someone the other day, and we were talking about how anytime you're living in the past, which brings depression, or the future, which creates anxiety, You are absolutely missing the present, which is the only place that peace exists is in the present, right? And so me being off of social media has...
Okay, but literally she's back on and posting constantly again. So I guess it wasn't that peaceful because you're back again. Get a job at a bookstore. Get a job working for Transform because you have a great relationship with your ex-husband, Chris, behind the scenes as a bookkeeper. I don't know. There's so many ways you could live life better. No one's forcing you to. It's an addiction. We're all addicted to the social media, to the phone, to the technology. Like, I get it. I'm addicted too. I need to work on myself greatly. My integrity is down on the floor, okay? But it's like, she talks about it like, oh, I figured out that like, if I just stop obsessing over the past and worrying about the future, I'll be peaceful. And I figured that out. It's like, yeah, everyone kind of knows that intuitively, that thinking about things that are wrong isn't going to be great for you. But yet we're human beings and that's what we do. So, okay, thank you for this platitude once again.
I haven't felt like I have to feel shame or guilt for things of the past or make up for. I also have not felt like I need to look into too far into the future because I'm not keeping up with the Joneses. I'm not comparing, right? So I'm literally making food with my kids. I'm going to church. I'm reading books. I'm still taking care of the things that I need to do, but I'm very much in the present, which has been super peaceful. So my biggest concern about getting back into the social media world, which we know is not the real world, is how do I do it and protect my peace?
Don't do it.
Find peace. You must create it. You have to know yourself, know your boundaries, know what is pulling you this way or that way, and protect that, build walls, right? Or standards that keep.
Yeah, you don't want anything to infiltrate that bubble of.
I just don't like this whole, and it's not just self-help, it's any podcast format, really. It's like when you have people on that you like, really. I mean, I'm guilty of it as well. Like, it's much harder to challenge someone you like than challenge someone you don't like, right? Obviously. But there's no challenge ever to anything anyone says. There's never a challenge to it. It's always just, yeah, totally. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I love that. Oh my God, I love that. These are not conversations. I think as society, we're forgetting what conversations look like. Back and forth, give and take, hearing a thought and responding with an actual secondary thought, as opposed to planned out like narrative of, well, let me go through your latest sales offers. Like, we need to get to those things. Like, this is not, but this is all we have now. At least for me, this is all I have is podcasts and YouTube videos. It's like, I need to meet people in real life. This is all about me now. Okay, sorry.
Serenity, and even me to this day, like, I am very intentional with my relationship with social media, but sometimes I get got, right? And it's just, it's challenging to navigate.
Yeah.
Even when you're aware, right?
Yeah.
But I think at the end of the day, it is a lot of, I don't want to say nonsense, but like what you see is not necessarily true. So use it for the right reasons. And if you're seeing other people win, clap, good for them. And try not to compare.
It's really bittersweet. Right. It's a blessing and it's a curse. It's a wonderful tool. And to be honest, I'm not huge at looking at other people's content. I never have. I didn't even have social media until I was on a TV show, which I did not plan on being on. And I had to get it. I didn't have MySpace. I didn't have Facebook. I was a mom.
Those things didn't exist. The show started in what, like 2010, 2009? Like, that's when that was all starting. None of us had it.
Right. Yeah, I'm old enough for that, but I didn't have it. But yeah, I had social media only because the producers and my publicist at the time was like, you gotta be online. So I've never really struggled. Like,
it's very Rachel Hollis of her as well. Like, it wasn't me. It's not me who's chosen to go on social media and ruin my own life by my own accord. It's the producers from 12 years ago that forced me to do it. Like Rachel will say, I never wanted to be a motivational speaker. It was all the people paying me that forced me to do it. It's like, okay, take some responsibility.
Like many people looking at other people's content, what I've struggled with is comparing myself to me, right? I am the worst at judging. Like I've had a really hard time even allowing a team to help me with social media, because it's like, I got to give all of me and more, like under promise, over deliver, right? That's kind of been the name of my game. And it, up until December, November, when I had made this big change, I had been in hustle, hustle, hustle. And why was I there? I'm still a hustler. I have to tame myself from hustling right now.
Yeah.
I mean, I have 4 businesses going, and that's like half time for me. And I'm still like, but like I realized that
what are the 4 businesses? I would love to know.
Reason I was over delivering with everything and feeling like everything on social media needed to be perfect, which was driving me nuts, was because I, as confident as I might be or seem, was super insecure, right?
We all, are you confident, or is it seemingly?
I think we all hustle as hard as we do because we're trying to be enough, right?
Yeah.
And that, for me, I have to be careful with that on social media, is like getting to a place where I feel like I'm not enough, whether it's created by what other people are doing or how I feel like I'm getting traction or not, right?
Yeah, and I know you're a very serious, like A-type go-getter, and I want to acknowledge you for that, because it gives you such purpose and meaning, and it keeps you driven. I know sometimes you could feel like a gift and a curse, but ultimately I think it's great. I don't think you trade it for the world.
Never. I wouldn't.
Of any conversation I've ever had, this is the most unscripted, in the sense that, like, I haven't even asked the question that I wrote down. It's just a great, these are the best types of conversations.
Do people not like have conversations? Like, this is a subpar conversation. I'm sorry. This is not a good conversation. There's no depth to this whatsoever. Like, and then these people are supposed to be the leaders of our society, where they're like lifted up and supposed to be teaching other people. Starry Nights, thank you so much. Starry Nights. This is what I have to say to you.
We have a lot of really great friends from Canada.
Thank you, Starry Nights. We appreciate you. Okay, back to it.
Before, which I thought was really interesting, is if you're thinking about the past, you're depressed, and if you're thinking about the future, you have anxiety. And when I think of me, like 3 years ago, like right before the pandemic, trying to find myself, I think of myself somewhere in the middle of both of those. The one thing I did not have was the present, which was peace. Yeah. I was anxious about, is this...
How do you run a business without thinking of the past and planning the future? You don't. How do you plan for your children's college? You can't think about the past or the future. It's just so, be more present as much as possible. Great advice. These people are not, Socrates here, like coming up with these concepts, like, mind blown. It's just, I hate this content. I'm sorry.
It's going to be it for me. I didn't forgive myself for not being where I thought I might be. And then ultimately, at that historic opportunity in lockdown, I finally said, I got to forgive myself, let it go. All that matters is what can we do next, right? But I was somewhere in the middle, and I felt stuck for so long. And the way you described it, I never really heard it articulated like that, but you nailed it. That's exactly how I felt.
I appreciate that. I feel like I've not been there, not like I'm past it. I think it's super important to always realize that we are always susceptible to going back.
Sally Jesse Raphael's here. Can I be on your show? Can we go back in time and I can be in the show?
Back. So while right now I'm in this little bubble, right, of peace, like you're getting me out of a bubble. This is like my first week back to social, kind of, right?
Good.
You talk to me in a month, I'm going to be like a ping pong ball going back and forth. It's like past, present, past, present, past, present. And I'm going to be like, where'd that piece go? But it for me, it actually led to a super severe, I told you, anxiety. When I say that, August 1st, Dave and I were in a hotel. We were on a little weekend getaway, and I was doing exactly what you're talking. And I had been for very long, but it had gotten worse, that betrayal of soul. And it was just me freaking out about the future. How do I get out of this rat race that I'm in? Number one, because I felt like I was in a rat race and I felt stuck, right? And how do I get out of it and not carry all of this crap with me? Or am I enough? Like, if I get out of it, I'm coming with this suitcase. What if I'm not enough in general, whether it's in business or...
Just give specifics. Like, the vagueness is just, it loses any help. It loses any context. Like, what are you talking about? Like, I just thought of this and I didn't know if I was just, can we talk in real words? Like, none of this means anything. This is just people putting words, stringing sentences together. Like, what was the problem? Be transparent and have integrity. I don't know what you're talking about.
Relationship. Who am I without this identity that I've created that felt like a facade in a way, right?
What part of it?
And so it was just this super crazy thing that had me thinking I was having a heart attack one night.
Really?
Oh my gosh.
Really?
I was sitting in a hotel room and it just started kicking in. And the more I actually I had him call down to the front to get a paramedic, and he did. And I actually thought I was dying because my hands were doing this thing and heart was like through the roof. My eyes were closing in on me, like the darkness was actually coming. And I remember sitting there thinking, like, I 100% I've never felt that way before. I 100% thought I was dying.
Wow.
And because I had a heart thing years ago. And I remember sitting there going, oh my gosh, I'm about to die. And my kids aren't even here. I'd never experienced an anxiety attack. So paramedics came. Long story short, after 2.5 hours, it got better. I didn't sleep. And the next day I ended up I had another one, and Dave took me to the hospital, to the emergency room. They checked me in. It was just anxiety, right? And I say craziest thing on the planet. But that, for me, that bounced back and forth. We can only do that for so long before our bodies and our minds and our hearts give out, right? Like,
what were you not in line with? I'm still not getting that answer. And this, again, is pointless to talk about this in circles. Like, sorry that you had this happen to you. You know, yeah, we've been down this road already. She's talked about this panic attack before. I hate having panic attacks. Okay, but she's not explaining how she got past it. Did she get on medication? Did she go to therapy? Nothing. We don't get that. We don't get what actually caused it. So what's the point of the story? Dave actually died. So your story about feeling like you're dying is actually sort of less relevant now. So what are we doing here?
They stop. And I believe that was a lot of what Dave was dealing with, you know, and when you're unable to find peace, it's really hard your soul can't rest. You're never at rest. Right. And this is actually where, for me, God came back in, because I needed something to believe in, and making all the money and experiencing everything someone could experience, having all the fun, even a loving relationship with my kids, because I have a great relationship. It still wasn't getting me the peace that I wanted. Right. And so it's like, I needed a higher power. I found a higher power to lean into. Yeah.
Okay. But Dave also did that too. So again, like, their theories on life isn't relevant to his situation any longer, but they will still like cling to it. Like, yep, I have the secrets. I know how to find peace. I know how to make peace in my life. I figured it out. You can pay me to teach you how to do it.
That was huge.
Yeah, this is really deep stuff. And I know what you're talking about. The way you described it, like, it almost feels like you're suffocating. And it's so interesting, like, your anxiety will eventually cause a physical reaction where you have to get checked in, and then you can diagnose it.
Yeah.
But ultimately you had to go find God again. How come you got off track with your faith?
That's a really great question. So interestingly, I was raised in a pretty religious neighborhood area, right? Very religious. And
neighborhood
my family
area?
had us go to church every week. They were pretty
like a compound, are you trying to say? Were you on some sort of farm or something?
Pretty loose. They weren't super strict. So I got lucky there, because I was exposed to non-religious people and was taught from a young age that you don't have to be religious to be a good person, where a lot of people in religion are like, hey, as long as you're in it, you're good. If you're not, you're not. I was pretty into my religion until I met Chris. So first divorce. I've been married and divorced twice. And I had 2 kids with my first husband, divorced. And when I met Chris Powell, my ex-husband, who I did the TV show with, for anyone that doesn't know, Extreme Weight Loss, he was the first person. He didn't know what he believed in at all. And it was my first exposure to someone who didn't know if he believed in anything, who like that guy was more Christ-like than anyone I'd ever met in a religious environment. Like, what is it had me real, and this has been a lot of thinking lately.
So why are you in church again then if like the one person that's the most Christ-like is the least religious? None of this makes sense.
It's like the purpose of religion is to bring the good word, right? And to have people emulate Christ, or whether you believe in Christ or you don't.
Christianity, not religion.
Who was unconditionally loving and kind to everybody, right? Loved the sinner, didn't judge. Like that's the goal, right? And sometimes we get so caught up in religion, checking the boxes. Like, am I praying? Am I reading the Bible? Am I...
Literally in the beginning of this conversation, I almost called her Rachel. Oh my God. Heidi was like, I have gone to the gym every day. I have read my Bible every day. I have prayed every day. Okay, so you're the one making these checklists. I have gone back to church. So you're the one. She doesn't know what she's saying. She doesn't even know from one sentence to the next. And again, this is normal behavior, but I have these feelings too, where I'm like all over the place, but I'm also not promising to fix people's lives for money. This industry sucks. But this is even a thing that people put up on a pedestal and go, this is a career that should, that is great for people with no degrees and just help people with their lives. Like, it doesn't allow the people who do it to have human moments because they're claiming 24/7 that they're perfect. And then it doesn't allow people who are following them to actually get healed or help because they're not qualified in anything. Okay.
Like showing up and doing my calling. Am I going to a temple or whatever? Check, 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 check. Oh, but are you being a good person? Like that's the box I want checked. And I think I realized with Chris that like he didn't check any of those other boxes, but what he did check was that he had the most Christ-like heart of anybody. And then the work he and I started doing together was literally Christ's work in my eyes. Like that is God's work. We didn't just help people lose weight. We helped them love who they were. We went into their homes and helped them work through trauma. That's what extreme weight loss was.
Yeah.
No, you didn't, because you're not qualified to help anyone through trauma. You can support somebody going through trauma. You don't help someone through trauma. Get them in therapy.
You saw a physical transformation, but it was a heart change. So I stopped going then. We were busy and I didn't have any, I appreciated all religions. I believed more in a spiritual connection. And I believed in the idea of integrity and living in alignment. So like my alignment is my contract with my God. And it is, if I am living according to what I believe my God or God wants for me to do, I'm in alignment and the heavens open and the stars align for me. And I am a magnet. That is the law of attraction. And mine shouldn't be compared to yours or anybody else's, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that was kind of why I went away. And there's nothing wrong with that too, because I believe in that. I'm just at a point where I want more with my family. I want support. I want community.
This is so good and so deep. It almost sounds like to me, like it sounds like you went away from it, but you were in alignment. Things were going well. You were coasting, and it's not like you abandoned him. And then during this time, you kind of...
Nothing makes sense. Nothing that everything is contradictory. I got back into church because I needed to believe in something. But Chris, my ex-husband, is actually the most non-believer that I've been with, and he's the best. Okay, so what's the point of the religion then? I don't know.
Doubled down and got back to that, I would say.
Yeah, and I have a very logical brain.
No, you
right? Don't. And if I can't see it, I don't know if I believe it. Like,
wait, there's so much alignment here. When's your birthday?
March 28th. When's yours?
April 27th.
Oh, okay. Wait. So you're not an Aries. You're a what?
Taurus.
What are you? Yeah, you are. So we're just one sign apart.
Yeah.
We're like brother and sister. We're neighbors.
I mean, it's very obvious. Wait, so for me,
what is going on? We are so alike. That's not his accent. Sorry. I don't know what accent that was. We're like so alike. When's your birthday? That's the way to tell if we're alike. When's your birthday? Oh, we're like brother sister signs. Okay, what is going on? This is digressing quickly. Is that a kitty cat? Is that a kitty cat? Come here, kitty cat. Say hello. Hi. Hold on. Maybe she'll be in the camera. Oh. She left quickly. Okay, Taro, come back when you're ready. Sorry.
Me, like, I could never buy into the law of attraction because I couldn't see it. I was very tangible, like mindset, like work hard. And then I finally let go of that limiting belief. About 2 years ago, I went back into the secret in a different season of life. And then I went down the rabbit hole. And I don't think I left the quantum since. But now I...
Bro, you are never in the quantum because you don't know what the fuck that means. And no one that uses the word quantum knows what the fuck they're talking about. Okay? Unless you're a quantum physicist, stop using the word quantum. I will do nothing, okay? And I will be pissed, though, about anyone who uses the word quantum. It is such... If I hear someone say it in public in my real life, I will just, like, bark like a dog just because I'm like, stop doing that. Stop right there. I will citizens arrest them if I hear someone use the word quantum in a unironic way. That doesn't mean what you think it means, dumbasses. Okay, sorry.
I can't get enough of this stuff, but it sounds like you too. It took you a little while to buy in.
Yes. So here's the thing. This is so exciting. The law of attraction, to me, I hear you. I have to be able to make sense of everything. So the law of attraction, I have experienced that unlike anything else, more than I have anything in religion. I've experienced the realness of the law of attraction in that. No, you haven't. But if you think about it, you can make it make sense, right? When we say, I'm going to buy, I like when we know we're car shopping and we say we're going to buy a white Chevy. I don't even know cars, a Chevy truck, whatever that is. Suddenly on the road, our mind is thinking Chevy truck, right? So on the road, we're like, whoa, why are so many people all of a sudden driving them? They're not. It's the same number of people, but you have the glasses on that is looking for the white Chevy truck. Yep. That's what the law of attraction is. Law of attraction is when we put it out, when it's on the forefront of our brain, we're essentially wearing rose-colored glasses, or I actually, for some of my lessons, I have rose-colored glasses and I have poop emoji glasses. Whatever glasses.
You said poop emoji glasses.
We choose to put on that day, it all exists. Yep. But when we choose to put those on, we are going to find evidence to back up the story in which we are speaking, right? So confirmation bias. Okay, that's what you're describing. That means you will go through mental gymnastics to justify whatever action you already want to do. If you want to make a lot of money, but you want to be a good person, you will justify every decision you make on the path to making money as I'm doing this for humanity. Oh, I'm a good person. There's no evidence that means that's true. You will just convince yourself. Okay, so convince yourself of whatever you want. Yeah, that sounds right. That's not the law of attraction. That's I'm self-serving myself and I can't look at reality. That's all that the law of attraction is. And when we have the glasses on and we're attracting. Well, we're just more perceptive to what that is. So to me, I can logically make sense of the law of attraction. Yeah. I've had to do the same thing with prayer because I'm like, who am I praying to? Am I praying to God? Am I praying to my dad? Am I praying to Jesus? Am I praying to Dave now? Like, who am I praying to? Right?
It's weird.
But when you think about prayer is intentionality. It's starting your day and ending your day. For me, it's three things. When I pray, the very first thing I do is I speak gratitude. So there's a gratitude practice. We know the science behind a gratitude practice. Science has told us how beneficial that is.
Oh yeah, science has told us? Okay. I think, saying thank you and being grateful is probably good for you. Where's the study on that? I love these people who are like, studies show that calcium, it's like, oh my God. Show me the study. Every podcast person is like, studies show. Where? Show me. I don't believe anything anyone fucking says anymore. Where's the gratitude study?
The next thing I do is I ask for forgiveness, right? So, or the things I need to work on. So I'm aware of what I need to work on. I'm
drinking Good and Gather Target brand mixed berry unsweetened sparkling water. The elixir of life. Available on my code right now.
Aware that I need forgiveness, so I should forgive others. So that's in the forefront of my brain. Then I end by asking for blessings, which is essentially me putting in the forefront of my mind where I need help that day, right? So I have the glasses of gratitude, of forgiveness, and of where I need help. So I'm looking for God's answers to my prayers. I'm looking for that.
If you took The Secret, like teaching what he was discussing, he said like The Secret, the book and the movie, thinking about the problems that you're looking to be solved with the blessing is actually against the principles of the law of attraction. You have to only think you are already living in the life that you want. So if you think about the things that you're lacking and the things you need to change, that will bring you more bad things, is what the book says. And I know that because I unironically read it and believed in it like a dumbass myself. Okay.
Right off the bat. And then I end my day with that. Like, what a beautiful thing. That's like meditation. You can add breath work into prayer.
Yeah.
Like, our lives will be changed.
No, they won't.
This is so good. And just to take a step back for a second, like,
this is so good.
Like, you nailed it with the glasses. Like, we're manifesting one way or the other, right?
Yeah.
So you might as well be intentional and send out the right signals, because you don't manifest what you want, you manifest what you are. And the reason why that was...
So what is she? A widow? Like, what is she? So the smile is confusing. We're here for the purpose of this podcast is overcoming sadness with a major event. I manifest the life I deserve. Like, what? Why did you deserve this?
What's so powerful for me is because if I ever went through a rut or a season where I didn't like the results, to me, okay, this is just feedback. I'm giving off the wrong vibes right now, right? Because I take full ownership and accountability. So I need to elevate my frequency so I can be more of a vibrational match for the good stuff. And then the prayer stuff, I mean, it's awesome. But just being so intentional, and obviously the gratitude stuff, I mean, everybody talks about it for a reason. It works. And just having your rituals.
That's it. Like, habits. I mean, that's been another, when I think of like, okay, what do I want to do next? Right? Because
I'm curious as to what she wants to do next as well. Thank you. Good spider, bad spider. Ooh, your good spider energy is reacting to your bad spider energy. That's called the law of spiderisms. Buy my course for $1,099. Okay. OMG, I'm finally catching you live, sipping coffee. Good Friday morning. I manifested this. Where are you? Are you in Australia? I guess so. Spiders. There's spiders in Australia, right? Welcome. It is still Thursday in America on the East Coast and the West Coast, actually. I don't know what time it is in Alaska, or Hawaii. But welcome. You're a day ahead. Good morning. And for that, I say...
I try my hardest to not work.
I try my hardest to not work, especially in the morning, and especially on a Friday morning. That is my time to chill. Thank you, good spider, bad spider. Let me know what spider you more identify with, good or bad. Leave a comment below.
I know I have an app, a fitness app. It's part of my old life and I love it. I love fitness. Why there's so many, but it's the habit. And I have my supplement company. I have my nutrition coaching program.
Hold on, wait.
But it's the habit. And I have my supplement company. I have my nutrition coaching program.
So she has her app, which is part of her old life. She has her supplement company, which is half with Chris. And then she has her nutrition that she said she's no longer doing. Okay, that's 3.
But when I think about what I want to do next, I like you, I'm like, well, what speaks to me? What am I passionate about? Yes. What changed my life? I can't help but have so much gratitude for habits, like the simple habits that I've done, the simple things that I've done every day in this window that have actually shifted my life, right? And it's, my ex and I used to have this term called being beneficially selfish, because we don't want to be, no one wants to be selfish, right? But like, we want to give to other people. We want to, especially as women, and probably everyone, but I can speak as a woman. I feel like it's my duty to give.
Or an internal man that she said off the cuff and no one followed up with that. Like, hey, what? The man inside of you, huh? What is going on? So I guess she's changing back.
To other people, but if we give so much to other people to where we take away from ourselves, it's the whole oxygen mask thing on the airplane, right? If you don't put, you got to put your mask on first, then everyone else, or the baby and the old woman die because you're busy trying to secure theirs. And so the idea of taking
you know that old saying that the baby and the old lady will die if you don't put the mask on yourself first. You know, that old chestnut.
Care of me in this, it's so simple, right? It has opened up every other area of my life. Yeah, I can even dig further into that.
God, it's just so amazing how many times I've heard this conversation from Heidi at different points of her life where she has just come to the realization that she is an important person and she needs to take care of herself and da, da, da. She's had this epiphany 1,700 times. Obviously, it's not sticking.
Because it's this thing where I'm like, well, why is it that we feel like we're programmed to take care of other people? We could say that it's because we're giving and we're kind and we're generous, but I actually think we're all insecure and we feel unworthy because when you, like we
you want to let people down. Yeah.
Like, cause hey, well, I don't know my worth. This is, you said you're a recovering people pleaser, so you get this. I don't know my worth. So I'm going to do everything for you. I'm going to say yes to all this because if you say I'm worthy, then I'm worthy. If you say I'm good or I'm hardworking or I'm successful, then I must be enough, right? It takes a lot of freaking guts to say no and to focus on yourself. Those habits, those small habits take a lot of guts. It takes a lot of you taking a leap of faith and acting as if you're worthy, like doing what you would do if you were worthy. And then you actually start to reap the benefits and you're like, man, I'm actually worthy. Right. But
again, we're not, use an example, use talk about your own life. This is like, you know, you people pleasing and this and that, like all these words, all these theories, all these concepts, it's not applicable. I can't even think about how this would relate to my life because there is no real words being spoken here. Like, tell me how in your nutrition company you are using these principles. Like, it's so fluffy. There's nothing here. It's empty.
You got to take the leap first. And those habits are what do it.
Like, take the leap. Okay, take the leap. That could mean so many different things. What does it mean in your life, Heidi? That's the reason we have content, right? To explain your perspective. All we're doing is reciting other people's thoughts and ideas about, oh, the oxygen mask on your face. Like, oh, God, I've heard that so many times.
You couldn't pay me $1 billion to be anywhere else right now. I love this. I love you already. And I have a feeling like you haven't been this lit up in a while, and it's so good to see. And I'm so happy to see you this excited. And
I would be like, I can speak for myself with my energy. I can tell by me talking to you that you are the most lit up you've been in a while. And I think that's because you have a crush on me. Like, that's what that sounds like to me.
And everything that you're saying is like speaking directly to my soul. Like, I recently started tripling down on boundaries because I want to protect my energy for the life of me. And I understand that a lot of people don't love that. But at the end of the day, right? Like, if you can't respect and love yourself to the extent that you don't want to be inauthentic by saying yes to things that aren't really a hell yes. And I understand sometimes it's exceptions, your family and stuff like that, but you gotta make yourself a priority.
These two people are the highest priority in their own life. I will guarantee you that. I can just tell based on this conversation. They are at the top of their own list, okay?
This has been a paradigm shift for me. I would say probably over the last year and a half. And as a result, for me, what do you call it? Beneficially selfish? Is that it?
Yeah, beneficially selfish.
Yeah, I stay in such a higher frequency because I'm no longer available to be around people or things that can lower my frequency. Yes. As a result, I'm a better service to the world.
No, you're not.
Totally. Yeah.
Okay, this is going to be a hot take. We need to chop wood more. I think every person needs to every person. I think these two people and myself and, most people in this chat probably would benefit from going outside and chopping some wood more so than we have too much time to come up with these airy fairy bullshit concepts or read self-help books. We have gotten so far away from actually living a life that they're not even talking about anything. They're not saying anything at all. And they're like, wow, this is such an amazing conversation. It's like, oh my God, we need to actually go accomplish tasks. I think, and put stuff in groups, chop wood and stack it. I think that would be better for the three of us in this little triangle right now than listening to this or having this conversation. I don't know if that makes sense, but like, I think we've gone we have too much free time or something. I don't know.
Yeah. You said a couple things. I mean, I love the idea of boundaries, right? Because it's like, I have this quote that I've reposted a handful of times. I don't know who originally said it. It was not me, but it was the only people who benefit from you not having boundaries. Oh, no, I'm sorry. The only people upset from you not having boundaries are the ones who benefited.
I know
basically, people who get upset at boundaries are the ones who benefited from you having that. That's what it is. Yeah. And it's true. The people who get upset, they were getting all parts of you because they knew. And I can even think back, and I'll be honest, I can think back, there were parts of certain relationships that I've had where people were super selfless to me, like kind, selfless, and giving. And I think deep down I knew, and I still, like, I'm very protective now of other people when they're super giving and super selfless. To me, I actually know that it's the result of an insecurity or a past trauma that they have not yet fixed. Wow. Right. Huh? And that was something Dave was the most selfless person I've ever met. And it was something we were working on with him because he gave so much, and but we all have that, right?
No. Okay. Not to disparage him, obviously, but is that an accurate statement? He was the most selfless person maybe she's ever met. Maybe she's surrounded by selfish people. That's it. He grew in a company. He had employees underneath him. He must have gotten ahead of other people along the way. He was a successful guy. He made a lot of money. He spent a lot of money on houses and things and whatever. He, basically was along for the ride with the grift that Rachel, I think, was the big perpetrator of, especially in the beginning, but like that their marriage was perfect, but in reality they had, problems the whole time. That's selfish behavior. Where's the selflessness of that? Where is the honesty? Where is the, I'm not ready to write this book right now because I'm still healing. I'm going to turn down this book deal. Where is that? That's selfish for him to go and write the book that he wrote, which was a lie, which he claimed that was a lie later, which is like, yeah, I wrote that book from a place that I wasn't actually being truthful. It's okay to be selfish. We're all selfish to a degree. It's okay to admit that. You don't have to say, oh, change reality. See, she's got the law of attraction in her own brain, her own method of law of attraction. She wants him to be the most selfless person ever because he's passed away. And that's the best and easiest way to think about people once they've passed, as the saint, as the best version, the angel that they now are. It helps you to move forward or to think like now you don't have to process the complications that person's, being in your life was, but that's not real. And it's like, I don't like that. She's like, I'm real. I'm, facing the truth. It's like, no, you're not. Anyways, thank you. Good spider, bad spider. Welcome.
Right. And so it's like, what is it that we need? How do we need to feel more secure setting those boundaries? Someone actually recently told me too, anytime you hear the word boundaries, get it out of replace it with standards, right? Because boundaries are walls that love cannot go through boundaried walls, but standards,
yes, they can
elevate you. And if someone doesn't meet your standards, it's okay. There's no wall. That means you can't still love them. You can love with standards. With boundaries, it's cold and cut it out, right? But like, I have standards. I elevate the love that I have for myself by declaring that I have standards. I actually recently
As opposed to what?
put
No
down what I would have
standards?
previously called a boundary. And it was hard for me, especially in relationships with people, specifically men, because of my trauma. Very hard for me to ever tell a man no. Hard for me to ever set a boundary with them. And I found myself in a lot of uncomfortable situations. And recently, by making that shift, I'm like, no, this is just a standard. And I can love this person beyond this standard that I have. You either meet my level or you don't. And it's okay. I love you no matter what. And that was life-changing to me.
Again, like, can we get what the boundary was? Life-changing for you, I'm sure. Life is changing every day for these people in epic proportions.
Yeah, this is gold, straight up. Like, this is a paradigm shift. This is a 9-figure conversation for anybody that applies it. Replace the word boundaries with standards. And this probably ties back to some.
Wait, hold on. What did he say?
Like,
It was life-changing to me.
yeah, this is gold, straight up.
It's gold, straight up. That's gold. Is gold or goals? I can't tell. That's gold, straight up. Love it.
Like, this is a paradigm.
What a response. What a great response. Gold, straight up.
I'm sure this is a 9-figure conversation for any.
She's like, I set a boundary with someone. I will not name them or what the situation was, but it was life-changing. Gold, straight up. Okay.
Anybody that applies it. Replace the word.
Get a grip, everyone. Get a grip. Heidi and Craig.
Boundaries with standards. And this probably ties back to something that you speak about often, is self-love. And ironically, you mentioned before, like, yes, you help people on the show how to lose weight, but really you taught them how to love themselves first, right?
Yeah, we did. It was it was fun.
I taught these people who are overweight how to love themselves, but I just yesterday found out how to love myself. So, yes, it does. That definitely makes sense though, what I just said. I have taught people, but I didn't know it till yesterday.
Because when you think about what a year of weight loss looks like, it's really boring. It's like, we got to eat a lot of food and we got to walk you, and that's it. And so for camera, Chris, we would have to be like, okay, let's get some tires to make it look exciting.
Wait. Sorry, I was laughing at this comment. Did she say they had to walk the contestants? We had to feed them and walk them? Do they wear leashes too? Let me hear that again. I'm so sorry.
Weight loss looks like, it's really boring. It's like, we got to eat a lot of food and we got to walk you, and that's it. And so for camera, Chris, we would have to be like,
weight loss is so simple. We just have to walk the contestants down the street and feed them a lot of food.
Like, okay, let's get some tires to make it look exciting. But that weight loss was that, right? But it was never sustainable. There was a difference between weight loss and transformation. So weight loss is temporary. It's calories in, calories out. It's the number on the scale, which is just your gravitational pull on this earth. That's what weight loss is. It's temporary. It does not last. Okay. Transformation is what's happening in your head and your heart. It's learning how to love yourself. It's actually understanding the idea of integrity. That is the number one thing we teach our people still to this day in every community. The number one thing they learn is integrity. It's doing what you say you're going to do when you say you're going to do it, not just to everybody else, but most importantly to you, because you are the most important person in your world. You're the only person in your world who's affected by every single thing you do, right? And when you understand that, right, and you start thinking, okay, how many times have I told myself diet starts Monday? Okay, diet starts next Monday. Okay, I'm going to wake up at 5 a.m. Okay, 2022, that's my year. 2023, that's my year. It's over and over and over.
So how do you teach them how to not do that? By telling them don't do that? That's the lesson? Like, how do you actually teach that lesson? I would love to know, because I also know, starting the diet on Monday is something that I say and don't do. Okay, so so I know I do that. Other than just sheer willpower, what are you actually teaching? Nothing. You're just like, you're giving them accountability because you're doing a TV show. The difference is the TV show. The cameras are there. Now you have accountability because you have to show up and do it. That's the difference with all these things. It's like, do you have someone keeping you accountable? Yes or no? If you don't have a support system that's keeping you accountable, then you probably will fail. None of these people aren't learning how to do it themselves necessarily. They're doing it because they're on TV and they have now someone that cares about them. We need more people to care about us. That's what we need. Let's make a show about that.
Perpetual promise breakers, right? We do not believe the words we speak have no value, because over and over and over, we've made commitments or made promises to ourselves that we're not able to keep. That is what leads, like that right there leads to self-loathing and hatred. That's why most people.
He's literally typing a message to someone right now. You can tell. He's like moving the laptop and typing something. Yes, Maxwell, you're correct. God.
Hate who they are because what they say and what they do are two different things, right? We say and what we teach.
How rude.
That the way to love yourself is to learn the value of your word. It's to have integrity. It's to do what you say you're going to do when you say you're going to do it, to yourself, most importantly. When you do that, integrity equals dignity. Dignity is self-love. It is literally the staircase.
Oh, God.
In one of our books, we have,
Stop the symbolism. Use real world lessons, real life stories. This is at least Rachel's good at this. I think they're all lies, but at least she engages you. And like if she's going to talk about integrity, it's like, so I was overhearing a conversation the other day, like very preacher style, but it's much more engaging than this. Like, again, there's not a real example that she's using and it just seems so flaky.
Those visuals you have where like it's like all the different things and then a T-Rex
now he's on his
out
phone
and, like, stare at it from a distance. So we have one of those, and it's a stairway leading to a heart, because all you have to do is shift your perspective away from diet and exercise, away from weight loss, and into transformation. And you learn the stairway is integrity. It's making a promise to yourself and doing it, and following through. It's understanding that your word has to be more powerful than any reason why you cannot. And then it leads to that love. Like that is ultimate self-love. And anytime someone does not love who they are, there is always a break in their integrity. Always. We can always find it somewhere.
For some reason, I just got really emotional when you were speaking, because I think like for so many people that are listening, I know a lot of people sadly are not where they'd hope they'd be, or they know that they're here for something more than they're doing. And when you described integrity, like I think most people, when they hear the word integrity, they think of like, are you an honest person? But the way that you deliver it, it's like integrity with yourself, which leads to dignity. And also, spoiler alert, like when you start to keep promises that you make to yourself, you start to cultivate confidence. And in addition, you start to cultivate momentum, which is arguably the hardest thing to get and the easiest to lose. And once you have that, now the wind's at your back, and it's not really like, what can I do? It's what can I do? And it all starts with keeping promises that you make to yourself.
You just literally, you want to come teach with me? Because this is, I love this. The term we use.
I have an opening. Oh, just so happens like I need a male teacher. I don't know, like really know why. Like no big deal, no reason in particular why I have an opening right now. God. This guy is like, it just made me emotional. He was not listening to you. He doesn't say anything of value. Be a better judgment of character, please. God.
Is called integrity momentum. So my community word, like in making a promise to yourself over time, making and keeping these small, simple promises, as simple as making your bed. I think we've all heard that speech, right? Where the general tells us to make our bed every day, start your day with a win. Those small things add up over time and they create integrity momentum. And what is the law of inertia?
Oh, Lord, Jesus.
In motion, unless
Heidi, come on. The law of inertia.
Otherwise acted upon by an opposing force, right? So we have,
I mean, that is what it
law
is.
Of inertia. Like if we're in motion up, we're going to stay in motion up. If we are in motion down, we are going to stay in motion down. We are never, some of us like to think we're going to ride a straight line and we're going to stay comfortable. We're not, right? We are either moving toward our goal or a better life, or we are moving away from it.
Okay, you're living or you're growing or you're dying. Okay, that's the same method that she's now referring to, but instead now it's got a different name.
Unless acted upon by an opposing force, because that is a law of physics. Like We have to have it acted upon, and we get to choose if the other force, sometimes for people, it might be death. That is a wake-up call. It might be a scary visit with the doctor.
Well, not
it might
for them.
be, who knows? We all have something different. That might be that
actually opposite.
opposing force that gets us to make a change. But yeah, I'm right with you.
Huh?
Yeah, this is absolutely gold. And,
it's absolutely gold. The law of inertia, like physics, you know? Oh, absolutely gold. I turned to British.
anybody could start today, right? But by making some small promises. And also, I want to.
What's the experience with Craig?
You said that
this is a bad
Dave
experience.
asked, one thing that you did not do was break your routine, right? And you kept those promises to yourself, whether it be working out. You said you had to miss a workout, eating right, praying, gratitude, whatever the case may be. You stayed in integrity with yourself throughout that. And I imagine most people in a situation like that, they kind of fall off the wagon, and then that begins to spiral. And that's not to say don't feel all the feels, absolutely, but also give yourself that momentum and confidence that it's going to hurt a little bit less in a couple months from now. But in the meantime, let me stay on my routine and keep those promises and keep the momentum going. That's something you can control.
She also, the context is, she had a full-fledged eating disorder for like a decade plus that she's still struggling with, as she has admittedly said that she has been struggling with it, you know, on and off for her whole life. That is not like, oh, good thing that you stuck, like, oh, it's like, oh, almost like as if like you really controlled your portions ever since Dave died. Good for you. Like, it's not necessarily a good thing. And knowing her history, pretending like this is an amazing feat that she's accomplished is stupid.
Yeah, I think sometimes we're looking for an excuse to pull us out of our routine, right? Yeah. Tough things either make us or break us.
I was looking for an excuse, and then Dave died, and I was like, no, that's not going to break me from going to the gym. Oh my God.
And I've let tough things break me for much of my life. And it hasn't worked. The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. And I am ready for a different result. I've been ready for a different result. And so I know I have to think about, okay, anytime something hard in my life comes up, I have to say, okay, what would old Heidi have done? The Heidi that I'm not proud of.
We're almost done, by the way.
And I have to be honest with myself. She would have done this. She would have thrown her hands up in the air and she would have said, Dave just passed. I'm going to go drink, or I'm going to go eat, or I'm going to go.
She drank?
I'm going to take this week off, right? Well, I don't want to be that person.
Okay, she doesn't drink, I don't think, ever. So I don't think that was ever a thing, but maybe it was. So that's kind of like the most serious. She's going to eat. Okay. All right. And then the third thing is, I'm going to take a week off. That's not the same thing as I'm going to become an alcoholic or lose my sobriety. I'm going to take a week off of working out. Those three things are not like the others. Those are not equal things.
And that was not proud of herself. And also, Dave does not want me to be that person. Like, I remember making plans with him when he was doing his living will and trust. And he was specifically a year and a half ago said, I want people to miss me, but I want them to be their best. I want them to laugh. I want them to have joy. I want them to celebrate me, right? Everyone in our life that means a lot to us likely wants us to be happy after they pass. They want us to live the life that they wish they could be living now, right? And so that was for me, like, okay, here's how old Heidi would have responded. How's new Heidi going to respond? New Heidi, the Heidi that I want to be in 10 years, 20 years.
A year and a half ago. I wonder why he decided to do it then. I wonder if that was part of the divorce agreement, that they had to redo the wills. That's interesting that she was there for that. Kind of odd.
30, 40, 50.
Because they weren't dating that long at that point.
In order to get to where I see that woman, that soul, right? What decision am I making today? I'm going to make the decision that is, I'm going to be my best for me and also for Dave, to honor Dave. Like, I would be sad, Craig, if I died and my kids went downhill.
He's literally texting. This is the worst conversation. That's why she's like, Craig, because he's looking at his phone, not paying attention whatsoever.
I'd be sad, Craig, if I died and my kids went downhill, I would be sad.
Your kids would go downhill, as they should, in the sense of they should experience the grief that they are going through if it's appropriate. They should not have to maintain their workout routine after their mother passes away unexpectedly. Don't put that on them. Please let people experience things. Get them the support and the help that they need, but do not pressure them to not appear like they have not taken a second away from achieving the best trajectory forward. Like, come on. This cannot be serious advice.
For my family or my friends, I would hope that my death sparked beauty and light, and that now that I'm gone, they'll forever remember the things that I taught them, or for who I was. They'll know how deeply I loved, and they'll pass it on, not spiral, right? And we make the choice.
Yeah, you just had one of the craziest breakthroughs I've ever heard in my life. I often do this exercise,
Craig.
like, how would the highest version of you show up, and how would they perform, and what would they do, and follow that cat. You actually do the opposite. You showcase.
The biggest moment of my entire life was that moment that just passed as I was texting while you were talking. Okay,
what would the old version of you do that no longer exists? Now that we recognize that, that's not how we're going to respond this time. I've never heard that ever. That's really revolutionary stuff right there. To be honest with you, I'm going to use that. That's awesome. That's really special. Yeah, because wow,
that's gold.
You know, that's how the old Craig would have reacted, but I'm going to respond like this. And it gives you a little bit of contrast.
Yeah, I had heard in a sermon a couple years ago. So I still, even though I wasn't religious, I still would listen to them. They had given a really great analogy. They said, you know, because what you just said is the
you're ugly.
Old Craig, right? Yes, that's what we're talking about. And when you think about it, that's that suitcase that I talked about at the beginning that we usually take. So we would say, who is the old Heidi? And we would take that suitcase and throw it right in front of us. And so as we
Not
try
the
and
suitcase
run,
bullshit
over,
again.
right?
Oh my God.
But it's there for a reason. Number one, though, we got to make sure that suitcase is clear and transparent, right? We need to make sure we can see all, and we're not acting like some of it doesn't exist. We need to know. And why do we need to know? We need to know so that we can use it as a tool. So someone once said, there's a reason why in a car, the windshield is 100
Someone
times
once
the size of the rear
said.
view mirror. But the rear view mirror is important. Like, we must be able to look in that rear view mirror and see the past. Why? So we can learn from it. So we can understand what we need to avoid.
I thought the present was the only thing we needed to worry about, and that gives us depression to think about the past. I'm so confused.
But the forward view, that perspective of Craig in 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, where does my soul want to exist at the end of my life? That's the most important one. So both have importance, but it's understanding.
But none of them, neither had
drive
importance.
looking through the rear view mirror the whole time, right? You're going to make sure you can see it, but you're going to look forward and be in the present.
Yeah. My goodness.
Yeah.
Two things. Number one, we're
Gold.
going to bring on for sequel. And number two, I can't wait to build a friendship. And I know for certain, like, whatever's next for you, this next season of life, is going to be really magical and really special. And
This next season for you, now that your old boyfriend's dead, well, I can just tell you're going to be on to better things. Like, how fucking rude is that, really, in the context of what we're talking about? Like, oh, you're so much better off now. I can tell. It's like, his children, you know, I don't know, whatever. They're not going to watch this, most likely. Like, the only weirdos that watch this obviously are us, because there's 30 views on this. So I don't really think that's a, legitimate concern necessarily. But like, it's all about them. It is like, oh, my growth journey of this person passing to teach me about that. It's all about them. It's self-serving, narcissistic bullshit. And they eat it up and they sell it as selfless advice for others.
You're, at least today, based upon this encounter that we have right now, like, you look like you're in a good place. You have some peace, at least for this moment. You've learned so much, right? And you can't put a price on that. And you've been through so much. And I get the feeling like you're not going to waste any time moving forward.
Thank you, Craig. I appreciate that. I just want to second all of it. Like, it's not very often that I find somebody who I can connect with in this way. I feel like you and I could talk for 7 hours, and that's it. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Heidi, this is not a guy that gives a fuck, okay? He is in this to make money or do whatever he wants, or like to meet women or something. He does not care about you. Get a better radar. This guy sucks, okay? Let's be real. This guy he likes how you look, and that's it. Not to be mean. You have a lot of great qualities that he's not even caring about to get to know, all right? You need to be better about this. It's obvious this guy sucks.
Not many people can keep up with, with the things I have to say, and you are like,
yeah, I appreciate that, and I feel exactly the same.
He's horrible.
For the audience, obviously about 4 or 5 million now. They're very loyal and engaging. What's the best way for all of them to support you, Heidi?
He has 4 million followers. Give me an effing break. Are they all morons? Like, are they have like brain dead? Who are these 4 million people that listen to this? Craig has nothing good to say. He has said nothing in this interview that has been worthwhile other than that's gold that I liked. Okay.
I mean,
sorry, that was mean.
We're
but
not good at asking for things because I don't know. Whatever's next will be on Instagram. I'm not worried about what's next. I believe that when I'm in the right place at the right time, doing the right things with the right intentions, it's all going to work out. But I'm most active on Instagram. So it's Real Heidi Powell, RealHeidipowell. I think a podcast might be next. So stay tuned.
No,
I might be
thanks.
doing one. I might be calling you, Craig.
I would love that. I would love to support you in any way I can. And I think that's a great idea, especially where you're at now. Like, you got a lot to say. You've been through some stuff. And I could see that being really, really successful for so many different reasons for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you for having
get a microphone, for God's sakes, please. If you do a podcast, you can do it on your floor, but get a microphone for my audience.
Thanks for the conversation. It was great. It was one of my favorites.
Same. Hang up for 1 second. I want to connect with you after.
Okay.
Heidi, I want you to know you're the definition of perspective, authenticity, and integrity. I can personally guarantee your best yet to come. Keep on spreading your wings and leaving your mark on this world. So much love and respect for you. Thank you so much for stopping by and dropping these priceless, juicy nuggets today.
Thank you, Craig.
That was amazing.
Oh,
I'm flying.
Wait, they didn't cut it. Oh shit! After hours. Okay, they think they cut it, but they haven't. Okay, hold on. This is where we're gonna get the real tea. Damn, because we got like 30 more seconds left on this video, or more like a minute.
So am I. You have a really wonderful way of engaging with people. You're like a muse. You are. You just kind of get
a what?
Go. You are gifted and talented. You are living in your purpose. You're doing what you're meant to do. It's awesome.
This guy gave 10% effort. He gave like zero fucking. He didn't even listen. He just said, "Wow, amazing. Yes, everything you said is great. Oh, I'm really engaged with this. Yes, what you just said, powerful." She can't be serious. She just wants him to like her, right? Like, people can't really get things this wrong, right?
Yeah.
I received that. Look, it took me 35 years to find myself.
Could be 40, so you're good.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm almost 41.
Just getting warmed up.
Yeah. I feel like it. Like, in some ways I'm like, okay, I got to start like getting filler and doing different things. And
in
other ways
starting.
I'm like, you know what? The beauty is actually the stuff you can't see, you know?
Yes. I'm telling you, I know I just technically met you for the first time today, but there's something about you that you have a lot of perspective. And I'm really excited to see what's next.
I appreciate that. If you
Let's
ever
stay connected.
Hey, yeah. Do you have my info? Let me drop my number in here.
And also, do you run your own Instagram, or do you have a team?
Heidi.
Well, for the last month or two,
Let me give you my number.
Start doing it, and then I stopped. So before Dave passed. Before that, it was me, but it was just inconsistent. So I was like, all right, I got to get someone in, and I got to start having them, pull old clips because I've done so much speaking.
Yeah.
Okay. I got to stop micromanaging and controlling it because it was consuming me.
Yeah.
But I do my own stories. I just haven't been as active.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll support each other there. I'll DM you in a little bit and I'll follow you. And then also let's exchange numbers.
Hey, great. I was looking for the chat box so I could put my number. Well, just DM me and I'll.
You have your phone or no? I can give you mine.
Do I know? It's better way to
shoot
do
me a
this.
text.
Okay, what's your number?
Oh, so he did leave that in purposely because I was like, okay, he's gonna show his number too. Let's call this guy. I'm just kidding. I do not advocate if he did say his number to call him. Obviously, that's called doxing. Everybody. Okay, I don't know why I lost my backdrop. What the heck? Hold on. No. Where's my backdrop? Why am I in the void? What the hell? I don't know. I guess Rage Talk is banned. Rage Talk is banned from my... It was working earlier. What's this? Oh. That's from the Cursed. That's from the Cursed podcast too. I can delete that. That's creepy. Okay, so wow, what a wonderful event that was. We learned all about Craig, who I will never want to listen to again. She must be a great liar or is delusional that guy was talented at podcasting. I'm sorry, just objectively, he was not. He didn't ask anything pointed. He didn't give any follow-up. He gave no personal anecdotes that were relevant or interesting. Sorry, you failed the podcast test. How do you have millions of followers? I don't get this. I feel like, I don't think I'm the best, obviously. I think I have a lot to learn with YouTube, a lot to get better at, a lot more like quiet, being shutting up and letting things roll. But like, if I get 10,000 views, I'm like, wow, that's a lot. And people they say nothing and they get 10 million. I'm like, how? Life's not fair. Life's not fair. I need to join a course to learn. Okay. Well, that was Craig once again. All right, let's now go back to Rach. Our girl Rach. I know everyone's been waiting for the Rachel Hollis podcast experience. As I was setting this up for today's stream, I pushed play on this one, on the most recent one. It's like a compilation one, like a montage of things. So whatever, but even hearing her voice, I was like, I think I have some sort of Pavlovian thing now where I hear her voice and I get angry. So this is going to be a one-time deal, and then I'm taking a break again, most likely, because at one point I was like so invested. I wanted to make sure I was not missing anything relevant. This is before the Dave stuff happened. But, I was like making sure I could follow her storyline, that I could be the person who knew all of the details of the timeline. And it was making me an angrier person because I really hate what she has to say these days. And I think I've just like, it's built over time, like this resentment towards her content, again, not her as a person, don't know her as a person. All right. So I think we should listen to 5 key habits and tips that led to my success and how you can use them. Or, actually, no, we should listen to this one. 5 reasons why you're not manifesting the life you want. If you care for one or the other, if you've listened to them and you have an opinion, let me know. But I think this one might be the better one because apparently she talks about Dave in this one more so, I believe. So let me know and we'll proceed. So here we go. This should be louder because she actually used the microphone. So props to Rachel. At least she's problematic, but she's got 3 things going for her. She doesn't stop, which I think is good, I suppose. It does show that she is like committed to the grift. So good for you. She has professional equipment. Okay. And I don't know. Those were 2. There was a third. And she uses fake stories, but actually engaging stories. Unlike you know how they say on the plane, you have to take your mask and put it on your face first before you can help others. Like if I hear that one more time, I'm going to jump off of a plane with no parachute. Okay. Anyways, okay. Yeah, so we're going to listen to 5 reasons why you're not manifesting the life you want. Because she's an expert. And first of all, again, I do not believe in manifestation. So my takes will be out of alignment with that being a real concept that you can actually do. Because once again, it's like, so why did you manifest if you know enough to teach people how to, get the life you want? Why did you want a life without Dave in it? That seems fucked up, to be honest. So, anyways, also, I don't know if this is the one where she talks about her former mother-in-law, Dave's mom, and basically says they're not allowed to see the children. That I thought was shocking that she's sharing that publicly with her followers, as if they can defend themselves because they're not public figures, and Dave has now passed away and can't defend his family. That seems really fucked up to me. Okay, anyways, here we go. What happened?
Most of the things.
What happened to dinosaurs? Oh, let me put this on 1, 2 for now.
Holy crap, like I've manifested this moment. I know that I set my intention and here I am living out this moment. There was action taken. That's the key, is like people are like, oh, I made the vision board and I'm calling the shot. And where is my thing? I want the partner of my dreams and I made the vision board and I know exactly who they are. But you haven't left your house in 6 months. You don't go anywhere. You don't do anything. You don't meet anybody. What is the action? What is the inspired action that you are taking to get you closer? You got to meet the universe. You got to meet God halfway. This is a joint.
Yeah, apparently, Dana, they're banned from seeing the children is what I saw on Reddit. So I don't know if she talks about it in this one or a different one.
Lab. This is a mashup between you and a higher power. What are you doing to meet God halfway? What are you doing? Well, what did you do today that can get you even
Again, that's not how well, it sort of is the law of attraction in the sense of The Secret, the way that they describe it. It's like, if you want to be a millionaire, you should visualize a sports car in your garage every day. That's the best way to have that come. Or believe like, I already am with my, husband of my dreams. I'm going to go and set a dinner plate for him. Even though it's not you have not met somebody yet. You're 100% single, not talking to no one. You set a plate for your husband. That will tell the universe that this is what you want. Now that's how the law of attraction is actually supposed to be taught, So these people are taking their own interpretation of it, which is fine because it's a stupid concept to begin with. But, it's funny that they're not even teaching the actual doctrine of what it's supposed to be.
Bit closer to where you want to go. What is the next right move in this moment that can get you closer to that idea? Hi, I'm Rachel Hollis, and this show, whatever it is,
what happened to dinosaurs?
Or listening to the podcast. Hi guys.
Hi.
It's Rach. Welcome to another conversation, another hangout. I'm so glad you're here. I'm so grateful that you guys want to spend some time together, whether you are watching this video or listening to the podcast. I'm grateful that you're here. And I know I say this every single episode, but I am very genuinely excited to have this conversation with you today because I feel like the universe is nudging this one. I feel like God keeps like tapping me on the shoulder and being like, psst, you should talk about this.
Why did God kill Dave? Like, I don't mean to laugh about it, but like God is so like interested in your life and talking through you on your podcast, but will just take someone out for no reason that doesn't make sense. Like why, again, like also, she talked about a couple years ago, maybe a year and a half ago, about losing a baby. Why did God do that? You manifested that wrong. Like she's unwilling, and all these people are unwilling to look at the harsh truth of things and go, explain that through this lens. They will not go there. It's not marketable. It's like I say with the law of attraction to a child with cancer. What the fuck did they attract? What did they do? A newborn baby do to attract a hole in their heart? What did a 2-year-old with leukemia do to attract that tooth? They can't even think. And then you ask someone like this, what about that? And they just, well, I don't know, but some things can't be explained. It's like, then it's not a law. Sorry. Oops. Oh God. Wait.
First one, watching inner child. How's therapy?
I hit the wrong button. Sorry.
You are watching this. I feel like the universe is nudging this one. I feel like God keeps like tapping me on the shoulder and being like, psst, you should talk about this. Let's start with the beginning. There were 2 specific conversations that I have heard lately that I felt like the universe was like elbowing me and going like, talk about this, talk about this. So the first one was, I took my kids to get manicures. All the kids, the whole kit and caboodle, me rolling into the nail salon with 4 children in tow. We do this, I'm not going to say every month, but maybe every other month. It'll be like, hey, y'all want to go get a manicure? You guys want to go get pedicures? I'm not going to lie. It's something to do. It's something to do when I am at home on a weekend with 4 kids by myself. And oh my gosh, it's so many hours till bedtime. And everybody enjoys it. Who doesn't like a pedicure? Who doesn't like a manicure? And so I'm like, hey, you guys want to go to the nail salon? So everyone's like, yep. We all rally together. We go to the nail salon. And we're in various parts of this nail salon, this small little local place. And they put us kind of all over the shop. But there's a group of women who are chatting. And one of them...
This is how she sets up all these stories, just like her dad, the preacher, probably did. Like, I was listening to the girls talk in the back of the church. I mean, even though they're from California, they apparently are Southern, from Texas. I heard two people talking in the back of the church about how they were going to go to the potluck. And one of them said, well, I think I'm going to bring potato salad. And the other one said, well, I'm going to bring cornbread. And I thought to myself, everyone brings something that they know is good, then all of us can enjoy it. And that got me thinking, Lord, we all bring something to this world. It's like, this is what this is, but in a non-religious, well, it's religious in a sense because she's talking about God, but that's the method. That's like you say, like, so I was watching Lion King the other day and there was a stampede. People just wildebeest running. Okay, I'm not gonna go down another like whole scenario, but like that's how it is. You could do it with anything. You start with like a relatable story that everyone can kind of like understand and grasp, and then you tie it to the doctrine that you're trying to promote, and then you bring an emotional element to it. So I'm assuming that's what we're about to hear right now.
We all know that person who's talking so loud, you have a 0% chance of not listening to what's going on. Now, normally, I love to go to the nail salon and listen to a podcast or some music. But in this instance, I had my daughter with me and she was getting her toes done and she wanted to watch. There's this cartoon that's like a shark and a mermaid and a weasel. Do you guys know this? Like Sharko and someone. There are no words in this cartoon. As far as I can tell, a weasel, is it a weasel? He's trying to eat a mermaid. This sounds crazy. If you've never seen this sounds like a fever dream. But the weasel's trying to eat the mermaid. The shark's trying to protect the mermaid. I can't tell if the shark's protecting the mermaid because they're a couple or because they're friends or because he just hates the weasel. I don't know what's going on. There's no dialogue. It's just like weird sounds and this cartoon. My daughter.
You should monitor her content better. Figure out what she's watching because it might be satanic, okay? I'm just kidding. Thank you, Stephanie Hell. Stephanie Hell. I met a girl named Stephanie Hell one time. She was fiery. And I said, Stephanie Hell, I hope you go to church on Sunday because God has something to tell you. He wants to say thank you so much for that heart and for that super chat. I really, really appreciate it. And I told Stephanie Hale, you are heaven to me. Amen.
Somebody ought to smack you.
That's what they would say to me. Shut up. We don't support this at our church.
Their building's bigger than yours, and their furniture's nicer than yours.
That's what they say at church. So like, I don't know. Their building's better than yours, and their furniture's nicer than yours. But it ain't so bad over here. Pass the plate around. Thank you, Stephanie. I very, very, very much appreciate that. Seriously, thank you. And again, I will say this to you.
You have to think instead of sitting around eating Skittles and watching Oprah reruns.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and Emily, I remember the days of Elsa and Spider-Man on YouTube Kids. So I don't know if it's gotten better or worse, but yeah, watch your kids' content because it may be innocent looking and actually not innocent whatsoever. So be careful with what you watch, especially for children. Thank you, Stephanie.
Lives for it. She loves it. So she's at the nail salon watching that on my phone. So I can't help but overhear this woman's conversation. There's two women and they are talking about their kids are going to college. And it was just like a case study in an abundance mindset and a scarcity mindset. So the abundance mindset came from a woman whose child was already at college. They had had a year at college. They were going into their sophomore year at college. The scarcity mindset was the woman whose child was going into their freshman year of college. And if I told you on
abundance mindset and scarcity mindset is just a polite way to say poor people are annoying. Rich people are much more fun. That's what it is. Okay. Let's just all get on the same page here.
All of the things that were happening in this woman's life, her kid had gotten into an incredible school. His dream school. He was so pumped. He was so excited. She told the other woman,
how would she have heard that? Like, if the kid's already in school, she would be like, my son was so pumped, so excited to get into this college. Like, that's not a conversation that you'd have. No one's had that conversation, especially at a nail salon. So, okay, we already know this is a lie, but this is more confirmation that this is a bullshit story.
High school career. This is all he's wanted to do. He's so excited he got into this school.
Sure.
He's their oldest. He got like a scholarship. They will only have to pay part of it. Like on paper, this is all amazing news. But to hear this woman tell the story.
How would you know?
It was just this massive inconvenience. Everything about it was hard. Having to take him to different colleges was hard. And the idea that he's going to college out of state was hard. And now, I mean, we're going to have to pay for travel. He's going to have to travel back and forth from there to here and the holidays. And
how dare you have concerns and worries in your life? You should just be grateful about everything and never complain in a private conversation at a nail salon to your friend. How dare you? How dare you let off steam and be truthful?
All of these things, and I just never thought about this. And what about the meal plan? And it was like, no matter what she said, the other mom was like, oh, I know. I was worried about that too. But I have to tell you, my kid went to college and I was scared, but they're doing so well. They've blossomed. They have the most amazing group of friends. And yeah, I know it's confusing at first, but they'll figure it out. And it was literally an hour. You could not help but overhear these people talk. My teenager came up to me later, was like, did you hear that conversation? I'm like, bro, they heard that conversation at the Taekwondo next door. Everybody heard the convo. One mom's trying to assure.
I remember when she overheard the conversation of the child getting a blood drawn or something. She is queen of overhearing. And also law of attraction would say, why are you attracting these conversations to you? Why are you listening to negative conversations? You're going to be attracting more negative conversations. So she should have closed her ears and listened to a positive podcast if she wanted to truly follow the law of attraction doctrine.
Together, it's all going to work out. It's all going to be fine. I know it's scary, but this is exciting. And the other one, it just was only negative. It was all she could talk about was how negative this experience was. And I tell that story for two reasons. Number one, man, I freaking get it. I get it.
Do you?
I get what it's like to be afraid and
What?
have that fear come out of your mouth as negativity. Because it's easier to be negative about how much the plane tickets home for the holidays are going to cost than it is to admit that you're afraid.
I mean, admitting you're afraid is still negative though. So what's the difference? It's like she's actually using a real life example of like, oh, I'm annoyed about this or I'm concerned about this, as opposed to I'm afraid that he's going to go and not like it. Like it's the same emotion.
Admit that your oldest, that your baby is about to go away to college and you don't know how it's going to go. To admit that this is a whole new phase your family's going into and that feels scary. In fact, in those moments, unless you do some soul searching and some unpacking, you maybe don't even understand that that's what you're feeling. All you focus on is like, oh, what does this mean? And this is going to be hard. And I don't understand. It's so confusing. Why couldn't he go to a school in state and la, 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 la. You're up here on the surface.
Don't you remember too when she was like talking about her kid wanted to always get the best grades and he wants to go to like a really good college, and she's like, I just want him to be free. I just want him to like have fun. And I told him, you don't have to worry about going to college right now and getting the best grades. Okay, isn't that a negative perspective? Doesn't he just want to go do what he wants to do, and you're pushing your doctrine onto him like by being a free spirit and just like, well, you shouldn't have to worry about your grades so much. Like, she's just, again, contradictory, boring, stupid. I don't know.
Because on the surface, you're an in-control mama who's pissed about the price of an airline ticket.
Mama.
And down here, you're a mama who's about to send her first baby bird out of the nest. And that's terrifying. That feels out of control. It's like your heart living outside of your body.
So don't express it.
So it's easier to focus on all the negative things about this experience than it is to come back to this feeling of fear that's really underlying everything else. So that was the first reason I wanted to talk about this, is because I wanted to make that distinction for y'all. The second reason I wanted to share this particular story is because I don't doubt for a single moment that this woman loves her son. I know it based on the detail that she had, all the things she was so worried about. I don't doubt for a second that this boy isn't her pride and joy. But I'll tell you what, I want every single one of you parents to hear this.
I'm listening.
If that is the way you are talking about their life, even if you're not talking about it in front of them, which I doubt, if that is the way you are talking about their life, they are going to feel it.
No, they're not.
There is no world
necessarily
where her son does not pick up on the energy that she is adding to this equation, which is either going to make the child feel anxious, unsure. Maybe it makes him feel angry. Maybe it makes him feel bitter. Maybe it makes him...
Again, she's at a nail salon. I don't believe the story at all. She's at a nail salon. She's overhearing two people. She knows nothing about their life. She doesn't understand who the dynamic of the two parents are, or the moms and the moms, or whatever, what's going on in their day-to-day lives, that, you know, this is the one time they see each other. Like, now she's going to judge and say, oh, their kids, who she doesn't know, are going to feel negative feelings because of these mothers. She's such a shaming person. She acts like she's not shaming other people for having other emotions other than choosing joy all the time. Choose joy. Choose joy. It's a choice, guys. If you want to be happy, you need to do it yourself. Okay, that's her mindset. But she will judge everyone. Isn't that a negative thing, to judge this woman's own life? You're being negative. You're having a scarcity mindset that there can't be two theories of how to fucking deal with stuff. Bam, that was a good point. Thank you. It's like, that is a scarcity mindset, that you have to all think the same way to receive positive results. Okay, sorry.
Like, should I not be doing this? Should I not be going away? Should I not be having my own life? Or maybe it makes it so that they go away and don't want to come back because they already feel such negativity surrounding this experience. That woman is unintentionally, I am positive, unintentionally doing the first thing that blocks us from what we want to attract into our life. She's doing the first thing. And I think probably the most common thing. What you say matters.
Okay.
What you say matters. What you say becomes your reality.
No, it doesn't. I am a millionaire. I love having $1 million in my hands right now. I love holding Cartier bracelet in my hand right now. This is my reality. A fucking empty wrist. Okay. Here's my anti-Hollis advice on this point. Do not police your thoughts to the point where you cannot have a thought that's not filtered through. Is this going to create the reality that I don't want? Please don't. Let a feeling come up. Feel the feeling. Analyze it if you will, or if you want. Talk to a therapist about it. Talk to a trusted friend about it. Move on or continue to think about it until you've uncovered some sort of truth in it. That'd be my advice. Don't think like, I thought that I might trip down the stairs, and so therefore then I'm afraid of walking downstairs because I had a thought that I might trip, so I thought it, so now it's going to become my reality. It's like you will go insane. You will have a mental breakdown if you actually listen to this advice deeply. Thank you. Thank you to Rach, but not Rach. Thank you so much. Rach but not Rach says, I didn't think I would catch this live. Here's $1 for every gulp of water you should be drinking. My 10 gulp rule. To that I say,
this girl a mess, y'all.
This girl is a mess, y'all. Also,
like, I'm not drinking the Rachel Hollis Kool-Aid.
This is the Rachel Hollis Kool-Aid. Thank you, Rach, but not Rach. That was a lot of water.
Rach.
But not.
Rach. Jack.
I miss Jack. Psych. Just kidding. Thank you, Rach. Okay, back to it. Back to other Rach.
Say becomes your reality, y'all.
Y'all.
Fast forward, different experience.
She said y'all, and her reality became that she's from the South, even though she's from California.
I'm at a sporting event. I'm sitting, I can hear the other moms talking. And
Gossip.
One of them's talking about, I'm so tired. I'm just so tired. I'm exhausted. I'm so tired. And
How
by
dare
the way,
she?
real. All these moms, every single mom in this lineup. First of all, we're on a traveling baseball team, which means we're all over hell in Georgia, taking these kids around, sitting out at a tournament. God bless them. I'm not even going to lie. I do a game. I do 2 hours. I watch a game, and then I go home to 3 other kids. I know there's a lot of people like pack up the whole family. They make all the kids go. The other 3 kids do not want to watch baseball. They don't. They occasionally, very rarely, I'm not going to make them sit there. So I go watch the game, and then I go home. I watch the game. I convince the 16-year-old.
Okay, you're literally going to make a judgment about moms saying that they're tired by complaining about not liking baseball. Make it make sense. So they can't complain that they're tired because that's putting negative energy in the world. But you can bitch and moan and complain about taking your children to see another one of your children's baseball games. Scarcity mindset.
Watch the 2 younger ones for the 2 hours while I go watch this game. And then I come back home and I take care of the other 3. So these, I would say 98% of the parents in this lineup, they don't watch a game. They watch all the games. They're there. They see the whole thing. They're rooting. They're cheering. They bring their coolers. They got their snacks. They are in it. They are in it to win it. They drive here. They drive back. They do the things. They're at the party. Some of these, shout out. If any of these women listen to the podcast, you know I love you and respect the hell out of you.
Doesn't sound like it.
Practice multiple times a week, basically every night. Some of the moms sit at the practice. They watch the practice. That is the level of intentionality with their, it's so incredible. Not me. Oh, love this for you. Not me. I can't, no, I can't watch baseball practice.
Okay, personal anecdote. My mom she came when I was younger, but I would watch her watch me in the stands, like when I would play tennis, and she would like get so upset that I wasn't like winning, that it would like make me more nervous and I would start to lose. And I mentioned it to her one time, and because I said something like, when I look over at you and I see you go like this, like, oh, like I missed the ball, it makes me uncomfortable. It makes me anxious. It makes me like lose more. And she got so upset. She's like, well, if you don't want me there, then I'll never go. I'll never, be in your way again. And she like would not take me to practice or take me anymore. And that was my punishment for saying that, her watching me so intensely and like negatively, that she was never going to go again. And it's like, she would then say to other people, on the team or whatever, when she was dropping me off, like, oh, I'm not the type that watches, tennis or whatever. I'm not the type that, I don't have time, whatever. That made me feel like shit, honestly. I wanted my mom there to support me, not to be judgmental, but I wanted my mom there, and I wanted my mom to care like the other moms were there caring. Now, whether that's a fair feeling or not, I don't know. I was a child. But do you think her kids are on board and going, yeah, I really rationally feel like my mom that's not the type of personality she is, and that's okay that she's not here supporting me the way that these other parents are. Like, your kids are going to feel that one way or the other, whether you want to admit it or not. So she's going to try to change it and say, oh, it's just not for me. It's like, you've already claimed you work from home like 3 hours a week or whatever. You're choosing not to be there for your kid. And it's like, okay, that's a choice, but don't act like it's a heroic choice, in my opinion, because it does hurt. As a child who went through it, as much as I can rationalize and understand and go, well, it was my fault because I said something, it's like, it still hurt me and it still affects me to this day and in certain ways. So live with that, okay?
Thank you. Love that. But she's like, I'm so tired. I'm like, hell yeah, you're tired. I'm tired just hearing your schedule. But our words have power. When you talk about anything, even if it's real for you, you are giving power to that truth. I'm so tired. I am just so tired. If you sat there, wherever you are right now, and you started saying, God, I'm feeling really tired. Like, oh, my neck's kind of hurting. You could very easily talk yourself into feeling a certain kind of way. And when you begin to feel a certain kind of way, you begin to act a certain kind of way. And it is a self-fulfilling prophecy. I'm not saying that we don't have moments. Of course you have moments.
My kids don't want to go to the baseball game. Self-fulfilling prophecy. She doesn't want to go, so she's going to blame the kids and say, it's the kids that don't want to go. If you brought activities for them to do, I'm sure they would stay. Where are they going to go? They're children. They can't go anywhere. So again, this is a choice you're making and blaming everyone else for being tired from doing a choice that they're making.
Where you are tired.
Stupid.
But giving voice to that gives power to the thing you don't want to create more of.
No.
The alternative is, I'm going to take a minute out and get some rest. I'm really going to honor my body with some rest right now. I'm really going to sit down and just ground myself and take a minute to replenish, take a minute to revive.
Shut up, bitch. Don't police women and what they have to tell themselves now. We have enough policing of what we're able to wear, do, say, think. Now we're going to be policed by your ass about what we can say to our own ears. Fuck you, Rachel.
My spirit. I know maybe you're rolling your eyes. I sound a bit cheesy with the way that I talk to myself. You don't have to say that. You be like, hey girl, we're going to sit a spell. We're going to sit here for a minute. We're going to, however you say that. One scenario is you giving power to something you don't want. She's not saying like, oh, I'm so tired, thank God, because I'm ready to go to bed and it's going to be great to fall right asleep. She's saying, I'm so tired. She's lamenting. She's bummed about the fact that she's tired when she's at her kid's game and she wants to have energy. She's drinking a coffee and she's still feeling so tired, but she's giving power to that. So the alternative is, this espresso is fantastic. I'm going to stand up and sort of move around a little bit. I'm going to give some energy to my body.
Lie to yourself, ladies. Lie to yourself. Hey, concept number 1, my new book. It's called Girl, Why You Telling the Truth? Lie to yourself, gaslight yourself. If you don't have a man around to gaslight you, or another woman like me to be around all the time to gaslight you, start gaslighting yourself. Save the time, save the energy, and just do it yourself. Same effect.
Really craving some energy right now. They're both the same thing.
But mine's better.
But they lead you in 2 completely different directions.
No, it doesn't.
This morning, I finished my book. Guys.
Oh, God.
I finished my book.
Now burn it.
Whew, it was a big deal. My 10th book. It was very hard to finish, and I'm really proud of myself for getting it done. And I knew I wanted to do this podcast episode for y'all, but I also knew that my brain was kind of mush. Like the final chapter of a book, it takes a lot. So I was like, I'm going to go outside. I'm going to put my feet on the ground. If you listen to my episode.
Wait, let's go back just a second.
But I also knew that my brain was kind of mush. Like the final.
Don't speak to yourself like that. Your brain is not mush. It'll start mushing around if you say that. Say that. The book was very easy to do because I love reading and writing. And I am just going to just take this moment to appreciate and celebrate my writing efforts. You're doing this thing you just accused these other mothers of doing. Like, my brain is mush. That's a negative feeling, thought that you just said you're not allowed to do.
After a book, it takes a lot. So I was like, I'm going to go outside. I'm going to put my feet on the ground. If you listen to my episode about things that I do to renew my spirit and connect with my higher power, that's a big one for me, is my bare feet on the ground. So I went and sat with my bare feet on the ground, and I just took a minute to sort of.
Do you want a medal? Do you want a fucking cookie because you went barefoot in your mansion yard? Like, the lengths that we are like making content out of nothing. It's like, I go barefoot in my yard, as if we're supposed to glean something from that. I went on a ski vacation and drank tequila with my boyfriend. You're so inspirational. God, it's just so sad. It's so sad that I ever gave this woman a second of like, I should give her a listen. This is so embarrassing for me.
Fill myself back up. Now, I did that because I was tired.
You can't say that.
I speak into what I want, not necessarily what I'm feeling. Mm-hmm. And we're going to talk no matter what. So if you're going to talk, you may as well talk using empowering conversation.
True.
Using conversation that becomes breadcrumbs that you leave yourself with the direction that you're headed. What you say isn't even necessarily directly tied to trying to attract something into your life, but it is absolutely tied with your vibrational level and what you're putting out into the world.
Yeah.
More on that in a minute.
Can't wait. Now, to Grass R Us, a grass company that will sod your yard for $9.99 a day. Grass R Us. Touch it with your bare ass feet while you complain. Albanese, thank you, Albanese. Albanese asks, do you think she actually believes this trash, or does she just say it for the podcast? Good question. I don't know. I go back and forth because I think like she's smart enough. She's conniving enough to know that this is all bullshit, but also smart enough and conniving enough to know that it apparently garners Sirius XM contracts. So I don't know. I think that she does absorb her partner's attitudes, so it seems. And she's with this guy who believes in this crap. So, maybe she just doesn't. I think all she knows is how to teach I don't think she actually knows how to be because, again, she hasn't taken really any time off even during this event. I don't think she's very comfortable not preaching to others. That gives her her purpose in life, I believe. So I feel like she just kind of, I don't know. I don't think she believes in anything, to be honest. I think she just believes in be the center of the universe in other people's eyes, and then I'll feel worthy of, like, I don't know, love, I guess, or something. But yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think she believes it or you think it's bullshit? I can be convinced either way. And for that I say,
I do not give a fuck.
I'm telling you, this woman makes me angry. Thanks, Albanese.
This spring, transform your outdoor space into a regular gathering place for you and your loved ones.
It is like a grass commercial.
Help from Ashley.
Furniture. Okay.
Enjoy.
God, more?
Drivers who say it's company not available.
Solution here, if you feel like you are potentially accidentally calling things into your life that you don't want to, the easiest thing is just to pay attention to the words that come out of your mouth. We do this all the time. I did it earlier.
Police yourself constantly. Never let a thought come up that you can't analyze immediately. Kelsey Dunleavy, thank you so much. Or Dunleavy. I need the mango frequency. Me too. The mango frequency. Here you go.
The mango frequency.
Also, don't manifest this, anybody, please.
Grandma has lung cancer.
Also this.
The knife stabbing pain in my eyes went away.
Everyone manifest the knife stabbing pain in your eyes going away. Also.
I'm kind of a beast.
Manifest being a beast. Thank you, Kelsey. Excuse me. I love mango frequency.
Episode, and I'm leaving it in so that we can have this moment where I catch it. Earlier in the episode, I caught myself saying something that my internal alarm was like, that was a terrible alarm. That was, whoa. That's better.
She's so quirky. She made a funny little alarm sound. Ooh, quirky girl.
So that was my internal alarm. I said, I'm klutzy and I'm clumsy. And I'm like, oh, damn, I'm literally doing it right now.
True.
Dr. Wayne Dyer has so many incredible books on the law of attraction and manifesting. And something he wrote, I can't remember which book, but I absolutely loved it.
She never can remember.
He said, I am, there's that scripture in the Bible, be still and know that I am. I am, he said, are divine words. I am are the words of God. So if you, listening to this, watching this right now, if you ever use the two words I am, you better back it up with something badass. You better back it up with something divine. You better back it up with who you want to be. Mm-hmm. I am klutzy. I am clumsy. I'm just reinforcing that in my own mind. And I've worked through a lot of beliefs that I had about myself, a lot of limiting beliefs that I had about myself just by becoming conscious of when I say,
yeah, I guess I am glad my ex-husband's dead crossed her lips at some point, apparently. Again, like, let's explain this.
I am. So for you, don't ever follow that up unless you want it to be something that's good. So the first way that you're blocking is what you say. The second way that you may be blocking what you're trying to manifest is what you complain about. What you complain about.
Hearing people at nail salons.
What you complain
moms
about
at baseball.
Manifests. Period. Because
these people are so annoying.
This goes back to Manifesting 101. Go listen to that episode. But just catch this for a quick minute.
No.
Thought and what we focus on matched with the energy that we focus on it with is the strength of our ability to attract something.
Huh?
Let me say it again.
Yeah.
What you focus on.
Okay.
Paired with the feeling that you have while you focus on that thing, the intensity of the feeling, those two things paired together are what allows us to attract or what attracts into our life. And you're like, wait, no way. Because like I keep meditating on this great thing in my life, but I just keep attracting more of what I don't want. Right.
Right.
Because the feeling attached to what you don't want is stronger than the feeling attached to the stuff that you do want. Why? Because the crap that we're afraid of is always going to evoke a stronger feeling in us than, maybe someday I'll meet a nice guy, right? Oh, I want to attract like a nice guy, whatever. That'd be so cool. I'd love to have.
Yeah, she's going to tell us again, probably, that she manifested her boo thing out of thin air by downloading a fucking dating app and getting with him immediately because she didn't want to be alone. Okay. Yeah, she just put it out. She just put those vibes out there. She wasn't trying as she messaged this man, trying to get a date probably, or responding to him, asking her for a date. Yeah. Very manifesting of you. Thank you to Stephanie Hell. I am beautiful, no matter what they say. Words can bring me down, so don't bring me down today. Was that good? I am beautiful. If I say I am beautiful, my acne is not going to magically clear up. Okay? I am flawless. I will still have these little bumps on my forehead because I've had them for years. It's okay. I will survive. Thank you, Stephanie Hill. And for that I say,
what up, homie?
And also,
you look like a Lord of the Rings elf.
Don't manifest that, guys. Don't say that about yourself or it'll become true. Thank you.
Partner, la 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 la. Oh my God, I don't know how I'm gonna pay my bills. Oh my la la la. Oh wait, I don't have enough money and then my account's overdrawn. The energy that you bring to something, essentially think of it like this.
Oh my God, how dare anyone think about their bills? Ugh. Poor mentality. Pavo. What do they call it in Australia? Pavo mentality. Pavo mentality. Just be rich like me. Then you won't have to worry about your bills. Duh.
We're telling the universe all the time. We're telling, here's what we're looking for. Here's what I'd love. This is what I'd love. And we're telling the universe that by what we focus on, by what we think about. The volume of that request is based on how much feeling you have when you focus on it. And I'm going to dig into that more, but let's just stick with this idea of complaining for a minute. What you complain about, you add energy to, right? Because you're pissed off or you're bitter or you're annoyed or you get frustrated and you are telling the universe, this is what I want. Because whatever you're putting out in the world, it's like, I do not want no scrubs. They said no scrubs. I don't want no scrubs. A scrub is a guy that can't. Scrub is a guy that can't get nothing on me. I can't think of the words right now. But they didn't want a scrub, right? You're over there telling the universe, no scrubs, no thank you. But all you're focusing on is the scrub. If anyone's listening to this, they're like under 25, like, what is she talking about? But y'all know. You know if you know, okay? So you're telling the universe, I don't want no scrubs.
I don't think anyone under the age of 40 is listening to this anymore, unironically.
But you complain to your girlfriends about the boys. You complain to your mama about the boys. You tell everyone.
And again, I don't think it's this episode, but she's complaining about the mother-in-law and the grandparents of Dave, or the parents of Dave, and them not supporting their son or what. I don't know. I have to listen to it. I haven't listened to it. I don't know what. Let me know if you know what podcast it's in. Isn't that complaining? And especially you're doing it publicly. You're putting it into the consciousness of 100 million people that listen to your podcast, allegedly. Make that make sense. Complaining. She's complained about Dave, allegedly, several times since he's passed, saying that he didn't allow her to do things or whatever. Okay, he's dead. What is he going to do? Like, how is that going to help you now, Rachel? Like, again, this is just moronic.
Listen, that you just can't find yourself anybody on this, or the only people you attract on this app are losers. It's all you focus on is the thing you don't want. And you add energy to it and you keep complaining about it. And so the universe is like, damn, this girl is interested in a scrub. I'm going to send another one her way because this is all she thinks about. And she thinks about it with passion. Passion is high energy.
Only complete narcissists think that the universe, whatever that means to you, gives a fuck enough to give you what you're not asking for. Grow up. Things happen in this world. There's a whole entire universe of people on this earth that are stuck in their situation, that have no absolute way to get out of it because of economic situation. I'm not talking the United States. Go anywhere else that's like a lesser capitalistic society where they're stuck where they're at. What's their manifestation going to look like? Are they going to sprout wings and fly over here and start working at ExxonMobil? Like, if it doesn't apply to every human, it's not a law. If it doesn't apply to animals, it's not a law. This is just like gaslight yourself 101. Never trust yourself again. Here's the toolkit to do that. Question all of your thoughts at all times and be afraid of them.
Passion isn't always positive. You can passionately hate something, right? So what you complain about, you create.
Okay.
What you complain about, you create more of. And I mean, I think of this like when we go through breakups and, it's super normal to go through a breakup and you're talking to your girlfriends about it. You're processing it with your therapist. You're telling your mama. You're talking to everybody. And then this happened and then this happened and this happened. And it doesn't mean.
Or you do it publicly on your podcast like you did about Dave. Yeah. You're going to bring that up? Are you going to out yourself there, Rach? JP. Thank you, JP. JP says, I know more stuff that Rach hates than I even know about myself. She hates people on planes, her in-laws, her ex, skiing, gross breakfast juice, etc. Yeah, she hates green juice, but she's going to drink it anyway. She hates salmon, but she's going to eat it anyways. That can't be good for your universe. And look who's here. Look who's here. Tarot. I did manifest this, though. I woman-fested tarot arriving exactly at this exact second. Or actually, I didn't. You did, JP. JP manifested tarot. Can you say JP? It's magic. Say something else. Say, I love this show. It's my favorite show. Why are you ducking down? Mwah. You're the sweetest little kitty I ever saw in my whole life. Okay, I'm sorry. I needed some cuddles with this kitty. Now I feel better. Now I'm no longer angry. Yeah. Oh, my girly. Okay. You're going to stick around this time? Say yes. That's it? That's all you have to say for yourself? Hope that was a positive affirmation and not a complaint about my petting. Okay, sorry. Thank you. All right, moving forward.
That what you've gone through isn't real. It doesn't mean that what you've gone through isn't going to take some time to heal. But it is really important that you are conscious of the energetic ties that you have between yourself and the thing you keep saying you don't want. Because if you don't want something, you let it go. Right? I I really want some wide leg trousers. Trying everywhere. I tried Shop Bop. I tried Nordstrom. I have this vision in my head. I want these.
Nordstrom? Nordstrom's not a thrift store, babe. Even Nordstrom Outlet is not a thrift store, despite the prices that you can probably very easily afford. What happened to I am not destroying the earth like you scumbags. I only buy used thrift clothes for $1 million. See, you can't trust her. She'll change on you.
Leg trousers, but I'm also short and I got a booty, and it's not necessarily the easiest thing to find wide leg trousers that look great on me. So I just keep trying. Stuff gets shipped to the house. I try it on, it doesn't work.
She said, it's hard for me to find trousers that fit. That's a negative complaint. You've told the universe to continually not give you trousers that fit.
Back, right? They're just gonna keep trying this thing until
it works for thee, but not for me.
I look in stores, still not finding anything. When it's not for me, I send it back, and I never think about the trousers that didn't work. I never think about those pants again. Never.
Who does? Okay.
But you had that boss 2 years ago that was a narcissist asshole.
Yeah, it was you.
And you keep talking about how bad that boss was. You keep telling people how bad that experience was. Or
she's just mad people hated her as a boss and keep talking about it in public. And they're like, oh, do you work at Hollis Co? Yeah, Rachel was a psycho. They are manifesting me to continue to be a psycho.
You went through a breakup and your ex-girlfriend was crazy town. And you keep telling you're like, oh, well, let me tell you. Oh, you have a bad, let me tell you this. And even when you're not talking to people, you're thinking about it in your own mind. You see someone.
She's just jealous of friendships that women probably have around her. They're talking to each other and venting to each other about problems. And she's like, I want that, but I'm resentful. So I'm just going to make a podcast about it at my house by myself. Relatable. That's what I do.
On a TV show.
I should teach a course.
Like, well, that reminds me of Amy, and she was crazy, and here's all the reason why. And you keep going back. It's like an obsessive compulsive need to keep unpacking this and unearthing it, and all you're doing is attracting it to your life.
This is me about Rachel Hollis. I keep unpacking it for years and years and years, and here we are doing it again.
Greater way. Right? Because if it wasn't for you, you would have let it go. You would have assumed, yeah, those are not my pants. These are not the droids you seek.
She's so perfect.
You would have moved on.
We're so lucky that she's
so what you
us
complain
with her
about,
words
you create.
She's so perfect. Trousers. Buy trousers at Nordstrom. This new ad. Let's see.
A good time starts with a great wardrobe. Next stop, JCPenney.
Oh, she should have said JCPenney. If she was a true businesswoman, boss babe, she would have not dropped Nordstrom. She would have dropped JCPenney. Dropped meaning put that in there, not left it behind.
Penny.
Oh God, not another one. Not
means purpose. HELP. Dying.
Of course, better help.
Your 3, and this is a big one. What you focus on is blocking your manifestation. What you focus on. I am focusing on right now. I don't know if you can hear it, but there's someone using a chainsaw to chop down, basically
sounds like a complaint.
We need the Lorax. I don't know where they are. My neighbors, maybe. I'm in Texas, y'all. Anything can happen here. You could hear like a shotgun 3 times. It's the afternoon. Who knows? But if you are hearing a chainsaw, know that I hear the chainsaw too. And hopefully it's not. Yeah, hopefully it's not an ancient redwood that's going down. So what?
That's a negative thought.
Focus on. This was crucial for me to understand. This is the most
life-changing.
Freaking A. If you don't get anything else, if you don't take anything else away from this, even if you think the whole conversation about law of attraction and manifesting is BS, I mean, honestly, I don't know why you're still here if you think that. But I mean, let's stay open if you are. This is incredible. Just try this one thing.
No.
Just try this one thing out and see if it has any effect on your life.
No.
I feel like the easiest way to see what you focus on is the freaking determining factor. What you focus on, the vibration that you bring to it, is what you call into your life, period. And this shows up for, I think, most of us when it comes to finances. This is huge. I know what it's like to be wealthy. I know what it's like to be poor. I know what
Just a reminder, she was poor for the first 17 years of her life and then never again. Okay? So, boo fucking who, right? I have the same issue as well. It's very difficult for me to get over my poor mentality, meaning like I think that any wealth I've built, which is minimal, but still, anything I've built is going to be taken away from me. And it's a very annoying thing to have to deal with, but here we are and I'm working on it. But she's 40 years old and lived most of her life very wealthy to the point where she would not have to worry really if she invested correctly and like kept her expenses relatively low. If she moved out of the mansion and she could have a 2-bedroom apartment, she would have a roof over her head. Okay. That's the level of like, you know, she's not going to be on the streets. It's like you mostly were rich. You experienced it as a child, but in your control, you've been rich. So it's like, okay, I can reason with you a little bit, but also get over it at a certain point. And I'm telling myself that too.
Like to not know how you're going to make rent, to pay for gas with change that you found under the seat.
I don't
I
believe
know
that.
what it's like to park around the corner from your house so that your car doesn't get repossessed. I know
you
it
don't.
all.
I don't think she
And
does
so I
that.
know what the difference is. And I know, have you ever heard that expression? You know, you want to know how to make $1 million. People are like, yeah, I want to know how to make $1 million.
Make
I'm like,
10.
okay, you're going to need $1 million. Essentially, the idea is that if you have a large sum of money, it's easy to make a large sum of money. And in business thinking, it's absolutely true, right? You can invest that in different ways. You can use it to grow your wealth, blah, blah, blah.
Yep.
But I think part of the reason that also works is because if you had $1 million, you're not worried about how you are going to pay your rent. People who...
Okay, let's blame poor people for being afraid of being evicted. Let's blame poor people for being upset at systems that are in place that don't allow them to get out of the hole that they are in. Let's blame them for thinking negatively. Okay, can't wait.
Say, money won't make you happy. Bullshit. Money will pay your bills. Money will cover your kids' tuition, right? That mama who's worried about her kid having to get plane tickets back and forth, that's a fear for her. Clearly, she's thinking, I'm going to be financially responsible for this. And what if I don't have the resources to make this experience what it should be for him? Right? Money can give you things that make it so much easier for you to function, to live.
Yeah, we know.
To have your mental health be out of whack. Like, that's much easier to do if you know how you're going to be able to pay bills.
Yeah, no shit.
Lots of people in this country and all over the world have depression and anxiety and very severe mental and emotional health issues, and they don't get to take time off to figure it out or unpack it or go to a retreat.
Yeah.
They got to go to work. They got bills to pay. They got babies to take care of.
Okay.
When you don't have something.
I'm on board with this. Keep going.
And it feels foundational.
Me too.
Obviously, there's going to be very strong emotions attached to that. Obviously. You know, if you look at Maslow's hierarchy of needs, the ability to take care of yourself is the most basic. Am I safe? Do I have shelter? Am I can I breathe? Can I eat? Am I okay?
Uh-huh.
And money is a huge piece of that, which means for most of us, there are going to be very strong.
Woman discovers economics. Woman discovers basic needs. Okay?
Feelings when it comes to finances. I think if you were raised in a home that had money, if you never listened to people fight and argue about how they were going to pay for something, if you've never had to worry financially, I would bet that it's actually easier for you to attract more. I sort of wonder if this is...
Now, why would the universe be set up like this? To reward people who are born lucky? Why? Why would that be a just world? I don't get it.
Reason why people from wealthy families are able to build wealth. Now, yes.
Okay, let me tell you, let me a little anecdote. I used to think that rich people were like able to spend money like no problem. Like, oh, they just buy whatever they want. The rich people that I know in my own life are the most stingy people who put things into a spreadsheet to the penny. Now they have $100,000, $200,000 salary and will put a 4-cent parking pass thing in a spreadsheet to track it. Now that, going in the mentality of the law of attraction, that would be focusing too much. You're not focusing on the abundance. You're thinking about a little penny. Okay, but no, rich people definitely hold on to their money. We talked about Elizabeth Koch, right? The daughter of the Koch brother, one of the Koch brothers, who's worth $66 billion. Okay. Do you think that they're paying their taxes because they're not worried about making more money? No, they will literally fight the government and kill animals to not pay taxes, to save that money for themselves. That is a scarcity mindset. Okay. The people, honestly, it's reverse of what she's saying and what all these gurus say. I see people who make minimum wage or are driving a beat up car give the most money to people on the street. I've always said that. I always see people who are not in a BMW giving out $1, giving out food to panhandlers. Make that make sense. They have less, but they're giving away more. They are not now rich because of that. No, it's reverse of what she's saying is what I think the truth is. The more money you have, the harder you hold on to it, the more you obsess over making more of it and making sure you get more, you probably will get more. There you go.
Many circumstances. Nepotism is at play. They're like, here's your trust fund. Here's the money. Go do the thing. But also part of it is I wonder if you never had any fear surrounding this, if you always had access to money, if you always had daddy's money or mommy's money ready to go,
or your husband's money,
a trust fund baby, then in your mind, money is like a faucet that you could turn on and it's just always going to be there for you.
So let's reward rich people even more. And if you're poor, just gaslight yourself. This is, again, Gaslight Yourself 101. Thank you, Stephanie Hell. Thank you. Stephanie says, universe to Rachel, shut the fuck up. Hell yeah.
Mic drop, homie.
That's a mic drop, Stephanie. Also, what is this one?
You're not freaking fine.
This is what Rachel Hollis thinks and says.
I love selling stuff online.
I love selling stuff online. Thank you, Stephanie.
You don't know any other reality, then that is your reality. So your relationship with finances probably, even if I'm not talking about spending, I'm not talking about fiscal responsibility. I'm talking about strictly emotionally, what do you think about finances? Now, I'm going to assume that the number of trust fund babies who listen to my show is very small. This is just my guess. I'm going to guess that most of us did not grow up with a ton of money, that most of us did struggle financially, that most of you also know what it feels like to not be able to pay bills or to be right now in a place where you don't know how you're going to pay your bill. So I love money as an example of the way we feel about something and how we unintentionally create more of the thing we don't want. Let's say you are one of the millions of people that have watched a video on YouTube about how to attract more abundance into your life. You want to attract more money. You want to attract more wealth. You want to attract security. You want to attract all sorts of things, right? You've watched YouTube videos. You've listened to the meditations. I get it. And I actually went on a journey several years ago where I listened to all of those things and watched all of those things because I was like, I just had a hunch that there was something about my relationship with money that wasn't healthy.
Oh, that's why her career went down the tubes, because it was her thinking about money. Okay, not because she said, I'm relatable as fuck. The lady who cleans my toilets twice a week is a loser. Not that reason. Okay.
I couldn't understand. It was very layered and all sorts of things. And it required not just meditation, but also prayer and therapy and a whole lot of unpacking. But the one thing that I was doing that I did not understand until later, when I was younger and I was struggling financially, when I was working to pay off a bunch of debt in my business, when I was doing all of these things, the one thing that I didn't understand that I was calling into my life through my focus was obsessing over the debt. Obsessing. Now, I would do my gratitude every morning. I would tap into that feeling of blessing. I would tap into like, you know, I'm capable of working and taking care of my family.
It's just stupid advice. If you have debt that you need to pay off, focus on it. Get it taken care of. Don't let it sit and collect interest rate, please. Don't spend money on a conference to find out how to manifest more of it. Work and pay it off as fast as you possibly can.
I've had all I've ever needed and like all of those things, but I would obsess over the debt. I would pay attention to every penny. I would pay it down. And when I have this much more, and all I thought about was the debt, the debt, the debt, the debt. It was like this beat of my heart. It was what I lived my life through. And I don't
believe that at all.
I swear to you.
At what point of time was this happening? Because again, she married at like 19 years old. Her husband had a fairly good job in the beginning and only got better, was making over $1 million a year. Plus she was working at her own business. When were you obsessing over debt? I don't buy it.
Time period, I just kept uncovering more debt and more. Like all of these things that had been hidden in the business, I would be like, oh my God, we just paid this off and now there's this. I swear, I was like, I don't understand what's happening. I don't know what I'm doing, but I know that I am doing something wrong. I somehow am calling this into my life. And I told you I believe that we attract things into our lives. And I was like, I do not want to attract. I just like, Lord Jesus, please just let me pay off what this is and have it be done. I do not want to attract any more of this. But in order to stop attracting it, I have to understand what I'm doing. And I thought that because every day I was doing abundance meditations, that I was going to attract the abundance that I was looking for. No. Because remember, I told you what we focus on is what we call in. And the energy that you attach to what you focus on has massive power. And I will tell you right now that I was doing all of these things and going through this abundance process and reading all of these books because my greatest underlying emotion was terror. I was terrified. I was so fear-based. How am I going to take care of my kids? And what am I going to do? And how am I going to take care of these?
Yeah, just live grandiosely and lie to yourself. And don't think about your kids. Don't go to their baseball games, those little stinkers. Just meditate on YouTube. And that's the key. It's like, what is this lesson? I don't know. Just get to the point already. This is like just another like, you made your point already 20 hours ago.
And how am I going to take care of these vendors? And like everything I did was from a place of fear, which by the way is just, it's emotionally debilitating. It's a horrible state to live inside of. But I thought I was doing the right thing. But all I did was obsess. And
as soon as I paid it off, I stopped obsessing. And then I figured it out that I actually am happier when I don't have debt. Okay, well, there you go.
You will never convince me that I didn't just keep telling the universe, hey, give me more people who need me to pay things. Like, give me more stuff to work through, because it's all I thought about. And it's all I thought about with fear in my heart. I woke up in the morning. It was the first thing I thought about. Before I went to bed at night, it was all, I laid there and just was like, oh God, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? And really, just as a side note, the thing that shifted, the thing that unblocked.
I think she's just got to play up this narrative that she had problems financially, because everyone knows the truth is that she was in a committed relationship, a marriage, before she was 21 years old. She was already out of her financial hole before she could drink a Bud Light legally. Okay, so what are we really talking about here? She has to pretend, she has to fluff up the stories about the box cake to make it seem like she struggled so she can be relatable in any capacity to any other human being out there, because she's so far out there now with her lifestyle that no one would actually listen to her and what she actually deals with on a daily basis. Again, like, what's the solution? I should have just not cared, spent money like I didn't have debt. Like, that's not good advice for people.
The thing that just changed the entire flow of everything.
And I don't know what time period I don't think she wants you to believe it's whatever you think it is, because it's not real.
Was deliberately only focusing on how blessed I am. My meditation, my mantra became, I have always had enough. I will always have enough. There's not one time, I'm sitting here right now talking to you. There is not one time in my life where I wasn't taken care of. Not once.
Wow.
Where a guardian angel showed up, where God
just has his favorites, doesn't he? Tell that to the guy sleeping on the street in Austin tonight, probably less than 20 miles away from your house, I would guess. Go tell him that. There's not been one night in your life that you weren't taken care of, sir on the street, woman on the street. There's not one minute. If you would just stop worrying about your situation here, you would be healed and be living in a mansion next to me. Have you ever thought about that, sir? It's like so ridiculous. Like, okay, survivor, what do you call it? Survivor bias. Yeah, you've never suffered a day in your life. Okay, well, that's not true. But I mean, like, financially, okay. You never suffered that much financially. You got through it. Congratulations. That's not a law, human law. That means, well, if I did it, no one will ever have to feel that way either, or will have to feel the opposite way either. It's like, you are not a human lawmaker. You have a one perspective experience. That is it. Get a grip.
Came in the form of a stranger, where I got, a birthday card from my grandma a month late, and then I had $20 that I could use to get some gas. Like, every single time something has come through to support me and take care of me. And if that is real,
God has its favorites. I'm
sitting here 40 years old, right? Wearing a beautiful robe that I found. I didn't even have to pay. I found this in a closet. If I can look at my life and look at...
Where are you? The Beverly Hills Hotel? Like, what are you talking about? I found this in a closet. I didn't even have to pay for it. Aren't you in your own home? What are you saying?
10,000 examples of how I've been protected, supported, inspired, loved on. It might not always have shown up in the exact way I wanted it at that moment, but it has always shown up. And if it has always shown up, then it always will show up. Let me tell you a story about how this manifests in my life today. In the last 9 months, I have never seen so much evidence of the universe, karma, a divine plan, walk in faith and see that faith come to fruition. I have just experienced unbelievable guidance.
Is she saying, okay, in the last 9 months, okay, your ex-husband, once again, who you shared your business with and life with for more than you've been alive, he was in your life more often than not. Karma? I think Dave Hollis had his issues, especially with his content. Obviously, again, I don't know him in real life, didn't know him in real life. I would never say his death was karma in a million fucking years, ever. That is not the stakes in which all of this matters. This is like bad business, bad advice, stupid, could hurt somebody, but they don't deserve to be killed. That's sort of the vibe I'm getting from this. In the last 9 months, I have been shown by God that karma is real. That's a fucking bitchy ass thing to say. I'm sorry. That is really rude and shocking. Okay, I'll go back for a second.
Divine plan, walk in faith and see that faith come to fruition. I have just...
So she walked in faith and God killed Dave to what? Save her children so they don't have to deal with their dad. That's so mean. That's crazy that she's saying this. Unironic, like with no qualms about it at all.
Experienced
yikes,
unbelievable guidance, and it's happening in ways that are so massive. I feel like a religious zealot. Like if I had just discovered like the Bible or something, like I'm like born again. Like come on guys, this is the thing. But for real,
I mean, she's got to be. She can't. She's either so out of touch and doesn't care about Dave that she's not even thinking that this could be offensive, or she really is like, no, this is, I believe in this. Like him dying was like because he's a bad person because he didn't support me every second of my life and my beliefs, and he, whatever. I don't know. We never found out what he allegedly did, so no matter what he did, it doesn't rise to the occasion of he should have died for it. I will say, I cannot imagine. I don't think. Either, I don't know. Whatever. Mandy Raisin, thank you so much. Mandy says, please play Wig in My Panties before I go to bed. Your wish is my command. Hold on. Let me find it. Here it is. Just for you, Mandy. Good night.
You have a wig in your panties.
Also.
Vacation labia.
Also.
My pubic hair.
Also.
When it comes to our genitals.
And finally.
Everything always is connected.
There you go. Oh, and finally, just to wrap it up for you, Mandy.
I don't know if anybody has worked as hard on this topic as I have.
There you go. Good night. Thank you. Appreciate it. Woof. Okay, back to it. Back to this horrible part of this podcast.
Just been so cared for in the most incredible ways.
Wow.
When it comes to finances. And
okay, finances.
I'm telling you,
Still.
It happened when I was able to stop obsessing over lack and start focusing on abundance and start focusing on it's all flowing, it's all happening, I will be guided, I will be taken care of. And I just experienced I gotta tell you guys this story. So
that's crazy.
I think if you're hanging out with me, you know that my ex-husband passed away. And I was the executor of his will and like the trustee of the estate, like all the things.
Uh-huh.
We had both done that because we knew that if anything happened to us, the other parent would obviously be the one taking care of the kids. And so we had done that. But it's a lot. I want to acknowledge anyone who finds themselves in the midst of something similar. It is so much. It is so much. It is so daunting. And one of the things that I knew I was going to have to do.
It's daunting. That sounds like a fucking complaint, Rachel. You better police your mind a little better. You're going to get more daunting tasks if you keep saying things like that.
Was eventually sell.
And okay, confirmed, because I also thought that, Caffeinated Angel, I also thought like, well, maybe this is an old one. And I didn't think she was posting old ones though, because anymore, like how many could she have possibly recorded in like that 2 weeks period? So I thought probably not, but now obviously confirmed that she said all those things knowing that her ex-husband passed away and her children no longer have a father. That's so wrong. Sorry, wrong. Why? Also, this is not in the privacy of her own home. This is a public podcast. Once again, we are not in her life, and yet we know all these details and have like all this knowledge about how she feels about him. It's wrong. My opinion.
House. And that just felt like, I mean, just feels like a 10,000 pound boulder on my shoulders of,
you're going to get more boulders if you keep talking those words out into the universe.
There's so much stuff in that house. It's like essentially double everything because the kids had rooms there too, obviously. And then all of the furniture and a lot of things in that house needed to be fixed or repaired.
Sounds like complaining.
And so I was just like, the work that this is going to take to even get it to the place where I can take it to market. And then I was looking in his neighborhood and as similar.
This is very logical thinking, which is not bad necessarily, but where is the memories that my children have in this house? The memories of their father who lived there with those children. I just hear, there was repairs that needed to be done to take it to market. Like, really? That's how you think about your house where you moved with your ex-husband to start your new life and start your business? Even though it ended in, disarray, there's nothing positive that came out of that experience? Nothing? There's not one modicum of sadness, of reflection at all? It's just, we need to repair the pipes and put it on the market. It seems very cold, extremely cold. Especially when there's children involved. A 5-year-old. You're going to tell your 5-year-old, we're moving. You no longer go there anymore. Your room is no longer there. It's on the market. I can't deal. It's a boulder on my shoulders. Okay. Seems out of touch. I'm going to go back a second because I talked over it. Sorry.
A lot of things in that house needed to be fixed or repaired. And so I was just like, the work that this is going to take to even get it to the place where I can take it to market. And then I was looking.
Also, how bad could it be? It was a mansion. It has a pool. I mean, yeah, there could be issues, but is the roof caving in? I don't think so. Like, she talked about how much that she had done the interior designing and all of that of her kids' rooms. How bad could it have gotten disheveled? I saw it when Dave did his book, Built Through Courage, the tour. They at least had the news crew in the living room and on the patio. It looked spotless, beautiful. Gorgeous house, multi-million-dollar home, or $1 million+ home, probably more now in this economy. Sounds like a lot of complaining again from you, Rachel. Look at the title of your podcast.
In his neighborhood and similar homes that were in his neighborhood, and it was like they've been on the market for like a year.
Come here.
And I started to get such bad anxiety. I started to feel so daunted of like, oh my God, this is so much. And
boo-hoo.
I started
You got to
spin
sell a
out.
house. Meanwhile, your kids have no father. Let's put this in perspective of who's got a harder time right now, Rachel.
I started to like freak out. And then all of a sudden, I don't know if this was my inner wisdom. I don't know if this is God or a guardian angel. I just heard this.
I hate her so much. I'm sorry.
Knowing. And it said, this is not what we believe. You do not believe this.
Huh?
You believe that God can do anything. You believe that the universe makes up its own plans. You believe that you are not tied to what is true or real for every single other person. I don't know if this sounds...
Oh, we believe in things we're different than every other person on earth. Okay, now we're saying the quiet part out loud, as they say. That's what I know she already believes about herself, but it's funny to hear her actually verbalize that. And again, God always delivers. Except for Dave, who literally died for basically no reason. Healthy guy, has a heart attack or whatever. Okay. What was the manifestation of that? But she's going to take from that. No, good people like me who believe and are perfect, we don't even have to temporarily put a house on the market. We don't even have to worry about that. Other people, famine, genocide. But if you're good like I am, then that won't happen to you. Buy my book. This woman's out of her mind.
Crazy, but I'm like, no, I have so much evidence of being taken care of. And I have to believe that in this moment, when God knows I need it so much. I mean, my grandma had that poster on her wall that said, the footprints in the sand, and this is the time that God was carrying you. And I'm like, God, I need you to carry me through whatever this is. I don't even know how to deal with this.
The house on the market?
And so I was like, that's right.
God.
This is not how I choose to believe. I choose to believe that if I walk in faith, I will be taken care of. That's what I believe. If I walk in faith, I will be taken care of. And I had this little like internal pep talk with myself. And I prayed. I was like, thank you for this. Like I needed this, whatever. And I finished the thought. And I swear on my life, 30 seconds later.
Better not do that.
30 seconds later, I had a text message from one of my friends who lives in that town who said, hey, sorry, I hope this is not inappropriate, but are you going to sell Dave's house? She said, I have some family who's been trying to move here forever, and I think that house would be perfect. When I tell you that this lined up so beautifully that the people who will be in the house.
It was God's plan for this family to have this house. So therefore, Dave dying was just a pawn in the greater plan of Rachel's friend getting a good deal. Okay. That sounds reasonable. Good. That's good logical thinking. Okay. That's very nice of you to talk about the man that you claim to have an exceptional marriage with for years, like over 10 years, almost 20 years. Whew.
Is a family that we know and love so that we, like the kids get to know that, right? Like their friends literally are the ones who will be there. We could go back to that house and we know the people who will be stewards of it when it didn't list it, didn't have a real estate agent, didn't do any.
Wow.
Now you could say that is a coincidence. You could say that's nuts. That was going to happen anyway. You will never convince me. I have to say too,
wonderful.
I think if I would have heard that years ago, I would have been like calling bullshit. Because it's not.
But again, explain why he died then. If you can explain God, how he works in mysterious ways, explain that. That's a fair question, I believe. So what was his plan there? If he's that evil, once again, was that evil, tell us why. I would love to know. Because nothing that she has said that he's done, which is like, he, got frustrated with me one time when I wanted to run a marathon. He didn't like when I hit him in the face with my cord to plug my phone in when I would wake up at 5 a.m. and he would get annoyed because he wanted to sleep until 8. What a piece of shit. It's like, that's all I've heard. Unless there's some humongous scandal that I, would change my mind, I would love to hear about it. Otherwise, you sound like a Cold-hearted bitch. Sorry.
Lucky. Oh, you're just like extra blessed. Or no, I really do think that it is when you can get to a place where you have absolute faith that it will work out. And because you have absolute faith, you literally throw it up. You throw it up to the universe. You throw it up to God, and you're just like, yeah, whenever. You don't.
She's past the point of like rational. She's delusional, 100%, in my opinion. She's past it. If she really thinks that this is true, like that this is a thing that she should be talking about publicly at this point. She has no rational thinking whatsoever. But someone's a millionaire and someone's not. So don't listen to me, obviously. But it's just, as a human to human, as they say, this is not a good way to think, in my opinion. Thank you to T. Craig. T. Craig picked a purple cat, but it looks like a black cat. It's a purpley black cat, like Taro. That's you. I love you. Want to say thank you? She's a purry girl. Oh, she sees a bug. That'd be fun if she caught a bug on camera. Thank you, T. Craig. Okay, let me fix this mic. I'm gonna keep playing it.
Timeline on it. You don't question it. You don't make demands. You're just like, I'm going to trust. But like to your core trust. It's freaking crazy how things work out.
You don't think that there's people, you don't think people in Waco trusted to their core that they were going to be beamed up? Well, that's a different cult, but they also thought they were going to be beamed up. The people in those cults, they believed, they isolated themselves from all their friends and family and, drank the Kool-Aid. You don't think they believed deep in their heart that they were going to be saved in the rapture? That is the most conviction religiously that people have, where they end their own life because of their beliefs. So what about those people? Only you, Rachel Hollis, who prayed a little bit about, complained, actually did the opposite of what she's telling us to do, which is only focus on the positive. She was bitching and moaning and complaining about having to repair the house and that the comps in the neighborhood were taking a year on the market and how horrible and annoying it was going to be, and the boulder on her shoulder. Oh, okay, so you're just extra special blessed, don't even have to listen to the advice that you're giving. Okay, I have nothing more to say, really. This is sick. Twisted.
It blows my mind how things work out.
Wow.
And I think I've had so much evidence of this.
It's horrible to
on
say.
Like really big scale. And if you remember a couple years ago, I think right around the time we did the Manifesting 101, it might even be in that episode, I talk about this concept of the $10, like see if you can manifest $10, the $10 challenge. And so many people called in, so many DMs, so many emails, like the response was overwhelming from how many people were like, oh my, you said it and I manifested $10. You said it, I manifested 20, I manifested 50. And this is some woo-woo, but there is no difference. There's no difference in the faith that you can find $10 and the faith that you could be guided to sell a house to the right person. It feels like crazy to say that. But I've just had too many things lately where I'm like, holy crap. And it's not happening because I'm sitting here with a journal going, I'm going to make $10 million. Which like, I love a goal. I love that you call the shot. I love that you tell the universe exactly what you're looking for. Having a very specific idea in mind of what you want to attract really matters. But even more important than what you want is you knowing without question that if it is right for you and good for the world at large, then it can happen that fast. Take with that what you will. But that was huge.
the world at large is better off that he's dead. I'm missing a huge chunk of a story here. Even if, and she's basically putting it in my mind, probably putting it in your mind too, leaving breadcrumbs of doubt that he has done something so horrific and unforgivable that this is an okay and just outcome of this entire story. I will be shocked if something comes out like that. I just don't believe it. I mean, I'm always open to the possibility that, you know, you don't know people, of course, but the fact that like she wouldn't have spilled the beans by now. So okay, what did he do that's so wrong? Or is she not even thinking about him? Like he's gone and she's moved on completely from even thinking about how this could be relevant to this conversation. I'm so confused.
When I saw that text, like everything in my spirit settled.
Yeah, let's go back a couple seconds.
Even more important than what you know you want is you knowing without question that if it is right for you and good for the world at large, then it can happen that fast.
The thing is, if he did something, and I'm not even speculating that that's possible, but if there was some sort of secret history, she is not protected the children from whatever that could be. He's had partial custody, joint custody the whole time. So it doesn't make sense. If there was some deep, dark secret that he didn't come out with, she hasn't come out with, why would he still be allowed to be around the kids while he was alive? Alone. You know, there's been many pieces of evidence that there wasn't like a security team with him when he had his kids. So I don't buy this. Not that she's not insinuating, but she's sort of leaving it vague enough and open to be like, God delivers, karma is real, and if you're faithful and good, then nothing bad will happen to you. It's like, whoa. I honestly was not expecting this from her. I mean, yeah, I thought she was going to like soften and go, you know, he wasn't that bad. I feel like she's going the complete opposite direction, shockingly. Woof.
What you will, but that was huge. When I saw that text, like everything in my spirit settled, and I was just like, this is unbelievable. And I'm going to tell that story, even if, I don't know, it sounds crazy or it sounds unbelievable or something, because it's the kind of thing where, I don't know, there's a lot of stuff that's happened lately where it would be real easy to be like, God, where are you? And God's like, I am here. Life is still real and life still happens. But I believe that we are guided and I believe we are taken care of. And yeah, that was a big deal. So the fourth thing that might be blocking your man.
I mean, fair enough. She is talking about the house. I just don't know how you could tell that story without realizing how insensitive that is to not realize the reason the house is on the market in the first place is because a man who you claim to love and share children with died a month ago. You know, again, it's like going on a podcast as a professional life coach and talking about the life that you live, and then people saying, well, she wasn't giving advice. It's like, yeah, but your whole brand is giving advice based on your life experience. So for her to tell the story and like, this is a law of attraction and faith and God, he never makes mistakes. It just seems hard to separate for me, at least.
Manifestation.
Yikes.
Is the action you're taking. Now, this is where my approach to the law of attraction and manifesting is different than a lot of people who are on YouTube or podcasters. A lot of people are sort of like, make a vision board, speak it into existence, wait for the universe to, you know, do the thing. And to be fair, in the example of the house, like that was the freaking miracle. But that notwithstanding.
Also, like, if I was delivering this, she seems over the moon happy, positive. Like, I don't hear I'm having a hard time here. She had a harder time post Toiletgate. She had a harder time when she got criticism online from strangers. Her tone was much less jovial than it is telling this story about this horrific, essentially, thing that she's having to deal with. She sounds wonderful. She sounds good. And I'm not saying that she can't be, or she can't be on medication that makes her feel her moods are happy. But to deliver public podcast episodes in this tone with no self-reflection about what has actually happened, not surprising, but shocking.
Most of the things where I'm like, holy crap, like I've manifested this moment. I know that I set my intention and here I am living out this moment. There was action taken. That's the key, is like people are like, oh, I made the vision board and I'm calling the shot. And where is my thing? I want the partner of my dreams and I made the vision board and I know exactly who they are. But you haven't left your house in 6 months. You don't go anywhere. You don't do anything. You don't meet anybody. What is the action? What is the inspired action that you are taking to get you closer? You got to meet the universe. You got to meet God halfway. This is a joint collab. This is a mashup between you and a higher power. What are you doing to meet God halfway? What are you doing? Well, what did you do today?
Even her, like, now that I'm talking about it and just kind of acknowledge that, her talking about the book, I finished my book. It was so hard, but it was so good. I'm so proud of myself. There's not a smidgen of, this book, I just finished it. I wish it would have been done and completed among better circumstances, but I'm still proud of myself for getting through it. And, I added a portion about it, or I'm not going to add a portion. Me talking about Dave and Rachel and Heidi, I'm putting myself through a larger filter than I normally would have because I'm trying to be respectful. I know I probably crossed that line already 4 hours in, but, trying to be respectful and honor the memory that he has somewhat, not to I don't know. I'm trying to be cautious of what I say because I do care about disrespecting someone who's passed away. Now, does it change what I've said before in the past? No, but moving forward, I don't want to cause anyone harm or trauma or anything. But I feel like I can't talk about him or joke about him or use a soundbite or anything out of respect right now. I need time to feel like, okay, time has passed. I think it's okay now to sort of, make it a little lighthearted. There's not any of that consideration I've heard in this podcast. Again, he died February 12th. It's now April 6th. She's laughing, excited. I manifested the house, talking about things with him, mentioning his name. With smiles. It's good for you, I guess. Life happens for you, I suppose.
That can get you even a little bit closer to where you want to go. What is the next right move in this moment that can get you closer to that idea? I have had that, you all have heard me talk about it a million times, but I have been practicing the guitar on and off for 20 years, with more intentionality over the last year and a half. And I had in the last 6 months really just let my practice of my guitar kind of fall away. There's been a lot going on. So I just hadn't been practicing, and I picked it up again, and it's so annoying. Anyone else, if you are a guitar player, when your calluses go away and then you have to form them again, it's so annoying because it hurts. That's neither here nor there. If I have a vision that someday you and I are going to be sitting around at a party and someone's like, you want to jam? I want to believe that's going to happen. But if I want to be able to play.
Yeah, she's showing up very happy. There is no even lingering sadness I hear in her voice at all.
Not just like I'm doing my chords and I know the thing, but like I literally can play guitar. If I want that vision, if I'm trying to manifest that in my life, y'all, I'm going to have to take some action. You want to be a photographer, you're going to have to take some freaking photos. You want to be a content creator, you're going to have to put some stuff out on the internet. You want to be a podcaster? So many people look at what other people do and they're like, I want that, but I could never. I want to have a podcast like you, Rach, but like, I'm just over here doing my thing. Girl, I have done almost 400 episodes. More than that. I've probably done closer to 500. We only started counting a couple years in. So let's say for sure, over 400 episodes.
She's better than you. Get it, Clue.
More than 400 hours of this show. Do not compare the vision you have of someone else's life with where you are today. You got to take some action. I was talking to
I agree with that.
Megan Good a couple years ago, and I remember her saying this, that she had always dreamed, she's an actress, and she'd always dreamed of being a superhero. And she really wanted to be a superhero, really wanted to be a superhero, but like wasn't getting asked to audition for that and felt really frustrated. And she'd always talk to her husband about how she wanted to have this role. And he was like, well, what are you doing to meet God? And she was like, what? And he was like, what can you do? What can you do to get closer to this thing you wanted to do? And it was a really interesting way that she took it, because the only thing she could think of was she could get into superhero shape. She was like, well, I could get, you'll see The Rock over there on Instagram and he's doing his thing and he's getting all. So she's like, well, I could do that. I could get into superhero shape. And so she did.
Who's she talking about? What is this story? She's out of her mind. Thank you, Heather. Heather DeMayo. Heather said, Heather chose a blue thumbs down with nope written on it. I like that. Nope. Here's another Rachel Hollis quote.
I eat so clean.
She eats so clean, guys. Don't question her.
Let's tune into this ankle.
Let's tune into this kitty cat. How about you pick one, huh?
Your girl is a bougie bitch.
Yeah, I hear no difference in her voice from one to the other. Yeah, both Heidi and Rachel seem like giddy. Like they're released from something, which I find sad about the whole situation. If he's that bad, like, why are you with him for so long? I don't know. I don't think he was that bad, honestly. I think they're all narcissistic. And so when something happens that you can't explain, you just got to lie to yourself immediately and go, whatever. Anyways, moving on, find someone else. Thank you, Heather. I say this as well.
You are not required to get the flu this year.
That's a blessing I'm placing on your heart.
And she was like, Rachel, it was the craziest thing. Like, I started on this journey. I started getting into shape. I started training as if I had already been given the role of a superhero. And then she got a call to be a superhero in Shazam, which she is.
Who?
She was like, it was the wildest thing. Yeah, because you got to show up for the life you're trying to have.
Show up.
And what people get so twisted is you think you've got to show up at where you will be when you manifest the vision. No.
I don't recognize any of these
You
people.
have to show up by an inch. You have to show up 1% better than you are today. I actually say this to myself a lot. So, do it for manifesting, but just do it for life. A lot. I will ask myself, how can I do 1% more? I did it today. I was working out my arms, which, by the way, are looking pretty good. I'm not going to lie. I'm wearing a kimono. You can't see, but later I'll show you. The gun show, it's doing well. I was working out my arms and how can I do 1% better? And I was like, well, you could do 3 more. And okay, I'm going to do 3 more. So suddenly now I'm doing 15 instead of 10. Well, that would be 5 more. But you know what I'm saying.
Who gave this woman a microphone? All of this has been is God chose me as his favorite. I work out my arms. My friend is a famous actress. Like, that's all her whole career has been. Why do people like this? It sucks.
I'll ask myself, okay, how can I be 1% better as a mom right now? Just 1%.
I don't know. Don't complain about having to offload their house as like it's some burden to you while your children are suffering with like a very traumatic, life-altering loss. I don't know. That probably would be at least 10%.
How can I do 1% better? How can I do 1% better in my self-care? How can I do 1% better?
Honestly, this is going to be a hot take. I'm sorry. No wonder he was depressed. Like, I took responsibility of that. Like, some of it at least. Like, I contributed to making his life harder and worse by criticizing him. That sucks. I feel bad. Oh my God. No. I mean, yes, that still stays. That's still accurate. And I'll have to live with that and deal with that. But like, this is the woman he's dealing with. Heidi is like, flirting with this new guy now and seems to be completely just mesmerized by anyone giving her any sort of like attention. I don't know. If these were my closest allies in life, I would be depressed too.
This podcast, 1%. And when you ask, you're not trying to change the world. You're just like, how can I do a teensy tiny bit better than I currently am? Your brain will supply you with all kinds of ideas and then just do one of them. You got to keep moving in the direction of where it is you want to go. I want you to imagine that you're at the starting line of the race and you don't know at what mile in the race your dream's going to run right into you. Oprah said, "There's no such thing as luck. There is only preparation meeting opportunity at a moment in time." You don't know at what mile of the race your dream is going to run into you. But I know for a fact that it'll never run into you if you don't cross the starting line. What if the dream's going to run into you at mile 6? What if the dream's going to run into you at mile 50? It's there. It's going to be there. The vision that you have is going to be yours, but only if you meet up with it. Your action matters. The vision matters. The energy matters. The vibration matters. All of it matters, but you got to show up. Lastly, number 5, the 5th reason that you may be unintentionally blocking the manifestation, the energy, the feeling that you are attaching to what you do. I've talked about it a lot in this episode. I talk about it a lot in Manifesting 101, which is episode 227, if you want to go listen.
Why are you promoting this episode so heavily? It's like the 3rd time she's brought it up. Okay, we get it.
I've talked about it a lot, but it's because it's real.
It's not real.
The energy that you bring to something, is it a positive feeling? Is it a negative? It's why a gratitude practice is so powerful. It's why starting your day with gratitude work and ending your day with gratitude work is so powerful. It's because gratitude, a state of gratitude, raises your vibration. It brings you up a level. And remember this, when your vibration is higher, it's like the volume is louder on what you are trying to attract into your life. We all know this. You've all gone out in the world and there's like someone who's in the best mood and they're having the best day and it's like and you like want to be around their energy. You're literally, it's like a magnet. You're attracted to that energy. The same is true for negative energy, toxic energy, bitterness, anger, hatred. Those things are a lower vibration. And so the only thing that they're attracting is more of themselves. Like attracts like. Like attracts like. Look around your friendship circle. Look at your partner.
Yeah, Kez must be real and a big asshole.
Look at the people in your life. Look at the job that you have. And ask yourself how your vibrational level has brought you to these experiences. It's a really hard place. when we have to be honest about how we got to this really hard place. But the alternative is you just go through the rest of your life and you keep blaming it on everybody else. You keep blaming it on God. You keep blaming it on the world. You keep blaming it on there's no good men left, or all women are gold diggers, or you keep telling yourself this story.
Freudian slip.
And the story serves to keep you stuck, to keep you right here where you are. Or you can tell yourself a different story. You can speak the life that you want to have. You can focus on the things you want, not the things you don't. You can put...
The crazy thing about, not crazy, but the thing about Dave, his last podcast, not the one that's on his thing, but the last one we listened to, which was right before, recent before. He was closer to God than ever before, believing more faithfully ever before. Seemingly, he was like optimistic about his life. He was like looking forward to the next level. He was going to do another fitness competition. That all seems like he was positively planning for his future, putting the vibes out there in the world that he was ready to continue on the path. There was not an indication other than that he felt loved by God, that there was any sort of like regret or moving backwards or at all. It also, I felt like annoyed at one point because I was like, oh, don't go back. Don't keep doing this. Like, help yourself and go get a job somewhere else doing something else because you're miserable doing this. We can all tell. So again, like, I don't think he was on the wrong path, according to his own account on his podcast, which I thought he was being pretty genuine, awkward and uncomfortable for me to listen to as a stranger, but genuine to him, so it seemed. So why didn't it work for him?
Goodness into the world. You can put energy into the world. You can raise your vibration. You can walk in faith, whatever that looks like to you. You can walk in faith toward this life that you believe can be yours. But if any of these things are off, then it's very possible that one or many of them are why you can't seem to attract the thing that you want to attract. I hope that was helpful. And if it was helpful, guys, please like this video, like this episode, subscribe to the channel so you never miss a conversation with us hanging out. Or you can go one step further and share this with your community, share this with a friend that you think would dig it. I feel like if more people understood this, if we were able to raise the next generation understanding that they have control over what they attract into their sphere, I really think it could change the consciousness of the next generation, but also just the way everything feels. It's funny how, when I was younger, especially younger in my career, I had all these ideas about how much money I would need to have to feel safe.
Yeah, we know.
Or how much success I would need to have to be secure. Or how many followers on social media, or how many listeners of the show. Mm-hmm. And I understand now in a way that I never did, that I have everything I'm ever going to need. And it's so cool. Like, this show is a beautiful example. When I stopped focusing on growing the podcast audience and I just focused on how lucky I am to do this work.
So what's the point of listening to this podcast or engaging in anything self-help? If the best thing is to not focus on it, why would you invest any more minutes or money into this industry that you found so much success in? Just denounce the entire industry then.
I can't believe that people care about what I'm saying when I just tried to do a really good job and put out really good content and show up for you guys well. When I just did that, the show exploded. And every month, honestly, we keep being like, what is going on? And every once in a while, like an old version of me is like, oh, let's grow this. Let's focus. Let's put gasoline. Let's go great. And I'm like, no, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. Because I will be taken care of. Even if it goes down and it's just like.
Okay, the other story she tells is like this. unnamed, super famous entrepreneur friend of mine told me, don't take your foot off the gas. Just keep going forward and keep, succeeding. And I stupidly listened to him. All I wanted to do is be at my house with my bra off. That's all I wanted. I'm just a little girl who didn't get to do what she wanted because I listened to a big scary man about, success. And I just, oh gosh, shucks. Oh golly, I can't believe I did that crazy thing. She'll tell that story. But now, history's changed once again. And it's like, I just manifested my entire life and I didn't even care if it failed. I could care less if it failed. I am just so aligned and trustworthy of myself that I don't even care. It's like, okay, sure. Okay, sure.
People again, and 3 of them are related to me. I have to trust that if I'm here and if you're there, that we're being taken care of. And when you can tap into that truth, when that becomes your truth, it's pretty wild what you can call in. And the flip of this, which I've read about in everybody's book, and I used to roll my eyes at it, but it is very true, is that when you actually understand the vibration to be at, to manifest,
what?
You no longer are really trying to manifest. Right? You think if I could just get to this place, then, I'll have the keys to the kingdom and I'll be able to call into anything in my life. And resting in faith looks like I got some goals, I've got some dreams, I got some things, and I'm like, that'd be really cool. But what
are you talking about?
I'm not hustling for anything anymore. Yeah.
Because you're rich as fuck, Rachel. Obviously. And you're still doing this podcast for some goddamn reason. I'm not hustling anymore. Yeah, because you're rich. Oh, yeah. The people working overnight cleaning office buildings to make $10 an hour, if they could just lay off of wanting to be able to support themselves and having a nest egg so that they didn't have to work that shift, or the people at the fucking poultry factory that are standing for 12 hours, if they could only just, let it go a little bit, then all their problems would be solved. You're an idiot.
I've ever needed right here. And so do you.
Uh-huh.
But I had to learn this stuff before I could get to that place. So I hope that something I said today will help you on your journey.
Oof.
I'm Rach. I appreciate you being here.
I'm Rach. Yeah, I don't know. Jeffrey, I guess, is okay. Last thing I heard on Reddit, but I don't know. She didn't talk about him in this episode. And again, this is the only episode I've listened to since much before Dave passed. So actually, yeah. Well, no. Yeah, because we listened to an old episode the day that we all found out, basically, which was the 13th, because it was the day sometimes I do on Mondays now, stream. But I specifically streamed Monday that week because it was Valentine's Day on Tuesday, I believe. So that was just sort of a weird manifestation. No, it's a weird coincidence that happened and that article came out when it did. I mean, there's definitely more things that, again, this isn't the episode where she talks about the parent-in-laws, the grandparent-in-laws. I would like to listen to that. So I'm going to figure out where it is. And then maybe we can listen to that next week or another day. Because I think we don't have to listen to the whole thing, but just that part, I would like to hear her reasoning. And even if I'm torn, because I obviously don't have a good relationship with my parents. So, explaining that to someone who's unaware of the situation, they might be like, oh, we should work on a relationship. And I'm like, shut up. You're coming into this situation way later than you should. Or then you need to understand what's going on. But when it comes to kids, I don't have kids, but if I did have kids and they had a relationship with their grandma and grandpa and we had a falling out, unless there was something crazy that happened, I think I would allow them to see each other still. Even if I didn't like them, I might be in the room, make sure I'm protecting them, be there, so that they're not spreading their stupid ideology or whatever it is. As long as it's not something crazy, like super harmful, violent, abusive. Again, I don't know what she's accusing them of. So I think I would still want them to have a relationship. personally, but I mean, doesn't mean that she has to. But again, to publicly shame them and say, I'm cutting them off from seeing my children because of their beliefs is the vibe that I got. It seems strong to me. I mean, I don't know. Again, she's also said in podcasts like, oh, people just don't talk to each other. Who cares if they don't vote the same way you do? Like, you should still sit down and have conversations. Okay, so if you believe that, if what she's accusing them of is like not being supportive of LGBTQ plus, does that mean they should never see them again? Like, I don't know. Again, she's including us in these discussions of their family because she's publicly talking about it. So it is interesting. It's a debate that I don't know what side I would lean on. I don't have all the facts or even the basics, but I don't know. It's interesting that she's sharing it with everybody so that they don't have any sort of, it's all her perspective. I don't know what the actual gripe is. But again, Dave cannot get on his public platform any longer and defend his family or defend himself. He had a literally ally tattoo. I can't imagine his parents would be that different than him. Maybe, who knows? You never know. Anyways, now I'm just like speculating. I'm sorry. So yeah, welcome back into the Hollisville universe. I've done a lot of thinking. I will continue to think about this, and I don't plan to like full on cover them all the time. But it felt like I at first was like, okay, I need to step back, take time, did that. Then I, listened to Rachel when she said, I'm not going to use Dave as content. I'll never speak about him again. Did not live up to that. So she lied or did not have integrity in that. Same thing with Heidi. She said, I'm going to do better. I'm no longer going to use filters. I'm going to keep my kids off of Instagram. I was like, good, awesome. She didn't stay true to that for 4 seconds. So it's like, you know what? If they're not going to hold that standard with them, why am I holding a higher standard for myself and coverage than they are? And they're the ones promising to change people's lives for money. Like, you can come on here and tell me like, well, you make money too. And people sometimes say that, like, well, you sell a shirt for $40. Like, what do you have to say for yourself? It's like, yeah, I do. And I sort of am weirded out about it. And I sort of do have guilt about it. But at the end of the day, it's like, I need to eat as well. So sorry. And I also put my content out 100% for free. I mean, there's ads, but I'm not charging $10,000 for my secrets. And I'm not promising you that anything I say is relevant, interesting, helpful, life-changing, gonna get you abundance in your life. So I feel like I have a little more room to squirm away from feeling totally responsible. So when I came to the conclusion, I was like, should I cover them again or not? It's like, the whole point of this channel at first was like to point out lies and hypocrisies, and it sort of developed and evolved over time, but that's still the core of what it is. Like, basically showing that you already have, most likely, all of the knowledge that any of these bozos are going to give you. You already know. If you want to be happier, maybe try to have some happier thoughts, right? That sounds right. If people are being mean to you, maybe you should take a break from them, cut them off, set a boundary. Okay, you know all the stuff. You don't need to pay $1 million. If you want more money, what should you do? You should probably find a job that makes more money if you can. Okay, that's all they're going to tell you. There's no secrets. All they're going to say is like, you can do it. You got this, girl. Go for it. If you want to spend money on that, don't. But if you do, okay, whatever. But the whole point was to point out that, okay, you already have all the knowledge that you need. Secondly, these people are like blazing narcissists. Now, I don't mean that like in the clinical sense, but like they are obsessed with themselves. They're self-absorbed. They're contradictory. They're hypocritical. They don't, even believe half the garbage that they spew. They overpromise. They underdeliver. They have huge traumatic issues that they're not dealing with. And then my third thing is like, consider therapy. Again, listening to Rachel Hollis does no one any good but Rachel Hollis, because she's speaking her story out there. It probably benefits her. You can do the same thing with a licensed mental health facilitator. Are they all perfect? Absolutely not. Are they all good? Probably not. Can you still benefit from talking to someone about your trauma and your life? Yes. Most likely, yes. And you definitely will not get better by listening to someone talk about, I had box cake when I was 7 and I wanted to be rich, so I bought a Louis Vuitton purse. Like, that is just going to prolong your unhappiness and trick you into thinking you're actually doing something to fix your problems, whatever it may be. And then the last thing, I think, is, again, to learn how to have integrity. Listening to a person talk about integrity in like these floofy doofy terms about a suitcase, and it's an invisible suitcase, and it's clear and it's hard. It's like, that's not going to do you any good. You got to be someone with integrity, or be someone without integrity and see how people react to you and see, oh, okay, I did something, I lied to my partner and they found out about it and I feel like shit and they feel like shit. Okay, maybe next time don't do that. That's going to get you a lot farther, in my opinion, than listening to someone blab on and on and on about what they did and what they manifested and what, karma is. So it's just a waste of fucking time. All it is prolonging you living in the world. As Brene Brown talked about, I believe, one time, about being in the arena. Like, that was her whole shtick, you have to be in the arena to play. You don't want to be a spectator. You want to be in there. Okay, self-help, all it is participating in that circle jerk of any of these gurus. All you're doing is sitting in the nosebleed seats, watching narcissists fight each other to the death. Or actually circle jerk each other in a circle. They're not even fighting. They're just like supporting each other around the circle. And you're like watching it like, this is going to help me. No, it's not. It won't. I promise you it won't. If you're down there and you're fighting them, maybe. At least you're in it. You got to be in it. And I think to be in it, you got to be talking to somebody. Could be even a friend if you can't afford therapy. I know therapy is expensive as hell. I know. Trust me. I'm spending a lot. I'm spending thousands of dollars a year plus. Not thousands, more than thousands. I'm spending thousands of dollars on therapy. I don't have really extra thousands of dollars, but I find it to be so important to deal with my issues. And I want to be a better person. I want to eventually, just sort of be on autopilot a little bit. But I think I need to continue down this road to get there. Anyways, that's my spiel. That's my spank. That's my sprinkle spank, my speech. Thank you, Heather DeMaio. Again, I appreciate it. They say, thank you for this live. Got 5 hours of work done that I wasn't motivated to do. Fucking love this channel. Raise my vibration or whatever. At the end of the day, we are just human vibrators. And we just vibe along to the orgasms of the universe. I can't even take credit for that. That's sort of something that Camellia said once. She's like, we're not vibrators. And I was like, oh, that's so good. That's smart. So I've taken it and stolen it from her. We got to get Camellia back on YouTube. She's taking a break and she seems really happy, which I'm glad about. She seems like we were supposed to have a Zoom talk today, but I got busy with work. But I'm so happy for her that she seems great, but I do miss watching her content. So I feel selfishly like, come back on YouTube. But I know she honestly seems like so great and refreshed that she's not making content anymore. So what does that tell you? I don't know. Being a creator is not hard. It's not hard. It's just, it's draining, I will say. I do agree. I do agree with that. And on that note, I have lots of stuff in the works, I suppose. It's coming. I'm still trying to figure out the right schedule. I feel like I'm almost over posting as of late and sort of getting myself a little burnt out. So I'm trying to figure out what to do. So I'll keep updating you. But thank you to everyone that joined the membership. That is like so many people. I'm pretty sure we have enough to get the emotes now, or at least one more. So I'll add everyone's now in the membership that has their membership. You're in the group now on YouTube. I'll make another post and then you can join the Reddit, which is private for the reason of public accounts can be infiltrated by, I guess you could be infiltrated by someone who pays for the membership, but it's more process and more steps involved. You can talk more openly about your own stories. You can talk more openly about content that we're discussing, and you don't have to fear that someone just randomly coming across it might judge you for what you're saying. So to keep that small, it just makes sense to have it be the membership. And once you join, if you leave the membership, you can still stay in the group. You don't have to pay forever to stay. I feel like that's semi-fair. So let me know if you disagree and I will block you immediately. Just kidding. But yeah, there's lots of stuff being worked on now, and not much of it is Hollis related. So just fair warning. Okay, so Alaska Blood Tundra, thank you so much. I see it come through. Alaska Blood Tundra says, we miss Cam, also echoing the sentiments of getting work done to your live. Almost done with my work modules, thanks. Aw. I'm glad that I'm not too overpowering with my speeches that you can still like tune me out enough to like get work done. That's good. I like channels like that. I did so much work in 2021 and 2020, 2021, 20, listening to anti-MLM stuff. I like, even back then when, I don't know if you're anti-MLM people, but there was like Kimberly or Kimber something, all the ones that are no longer doing content. I listened to all their stuff, and it kept me occupied during those sad pandemic days. And for that I say,
who is this white chick?
You may be wondering. And Tara, what about you, huh? What are you thinking about? Tara's still here. She's right here, I swear. Oh, there she is. See? Here, look. She loves loops. These are my hair ties. But we call them loops. Look. She loves loops. Isn't she the freaking cutest? Oh, also, big update. And I told the Reddit, people on Reddit already that it's coming, but merch is in process. The guy who makes the merch or made the first round is going to make the second round design as well. So I hope you like it. I'm excited about it. I haven't seen it yet, but we discussed what it's going to look like and what the theme is, and I think it's pretty cool. It's something that I will wear. I mean, I wear my other one too, but I will wear this one for sure because it is in line with my fashion or lack thereof. Oh boy. So I hope you like it as well. And that will be coming shortly-ish. I was going to do it when I hit 15,000 subs, but hey, we're already past that. We have manifested 16,000 people in this community plus. So that is awesome. Very excited about that. Very, very proud. And glad for you all to be here with me. All right, so I'm going to sing my song and then I'll see you again soon. Okay. See you then. Goodbye. That's loud, sorry. Rainy Cannon. Oh God, I gotta like rap this one. Rainy Cannon. You be Shannon. Bright in the sky, what? Oh, like the starry nights. Keep me up tonight. It's already midnight. What do you gotta say, kitty? Nicole Campbell is pretty. Say hi. She's purring. Like Canabay is working. And Charlotte, she ain't a harlot. That's offensive. So don't say it. Taro. She told me to say that. Angela Arnold. She got me startled. 'Cause Taro is speaking English. When did that happen? Marley Hannon. What do you think? This rap became spoken word. And a little bit of purrs. A console. What console do you like? PlayStation or Xbox? God, that's a stretch. KT. Do you like mesh? That could be the merge next time. And Joms. You got the world in your palms. Whatever you manifest will come true. Tiffany, that rule is for you too. And Chels Marie, you get to get stuff for free because you manifested it. Yeah. Alaska Blue Tundra, thank you for all you do for us around here. You give memberships and you drink beer, maybe. Or maybe not. Could be a sober queen. Crystal G, what do you mean? You drink wine? Lindsay Walden says, get in line. I like red and white. Kimberly Casse says, I want to start a fight. With Alice in Wonderland 66? Don't do that, because she'll bring a stick. And she'll get hit. Taro's leaving the set. She's embarrassed, I bet. Brianna Nicole. Where's your soul? Music. I love it so much. Yeah, that's this song. Carasoto. Take a photo. Post it on the internet. Louise V. Don't forget, it's time to watch the replay. For 5 hours. We had a long ass day. Heather Hope. They said, nope, I'm not watching that. I will just pretend I did. That's okay. Dave Kelly. Thank you again for that massive super chat. Hey, I will buy something cool and I will rule. So I appreciate it, seriously. Thank you. Not Jenna Cash. Where'd you hide your stash of lashes? Is it in the marshes? That doesn't rhyme. El Cholo's kid. They said, it might be hid in the forest or the Everglades. We'll find them and then we'll be on our way. And Blaze Goddess, I added you to this list because you're an honorary Pancake Breakfast Club member with a twist. You're always giving memberships and we really appreciate it because now everyone can write sus and big hat and tarot emoji. Thank you. That was rough. Sorry. That's a hard song, but it was fun nonetheless.